Chapters 25 and 26 of Lena Rivers by Mary Jane Holmes. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 25. The Bridal. 'Twas Mabel's wedding night, and in one of the upper rooms of Mr. Livingstone's house she stood awaiting the summons to the parlor. They had arrayed her for the bridal. Mrs. Livingstone, Carrie, Lena, Anna, and the seamstress all had had something to do with her toilet, and now they had left her for a time with him who was soon to be her husband. She knew, for they had told her, she was looking uncommonly well. Her dress of pure white satin was singularly becoming. Pearls were interwoven in the braids of her raven hair. The fleecy folds of the rich veil which fell like a cloud around her swept the floor. In her eye there was an unusual sparkle, and on her cheek an unwonted bloom. Still Mabel was not happy. There was a heavy pain at her heart, a foreboding of coming evil, and many an anxious glance she cast toward the stern, silent man who, with careless tread, walked up and down the room, utterly regardless of her presence and apparently absorbed in bitter reflections. Once only had she ventured to speak, and then, in childlike simplicity, she had asked him how she looked. "Well enough," was his answer, as, without raising his eyes, he continued his walk. The tears gathered in Mabel's eyes, she could not help it. Drop after drop they came, falling upon the marble table, until John Junior, who saw more than he pretended, came to her side asking why she wept. Mabel was beginning to be terribly afraid of him, and for a moment she hesitated, but at length, summoning all her courage, she wound her arms about his neck, and in low, earnest tones said, "Tell me truly, do you wish to marry me?" "And suppose I do not?" he asked with the same stony composure. Stepping backward, Mabel stood proudly erect before him and answered, "Then would I die rather than wed you." There was something in her appearance and attitude peculiarly attractive to John Junior. Never in his life had he felt so much interested in her, and drawing her toward him and placing his arm around her, he said gently, "Be calm, little Meb, you are nervous tonight. Of course I wish you to be my wife, else I had not asked you. Are you satisfied?" The joyous glance of the dark eyes lifted so confidingly to his was a sufficient answer, and as if conscious of the injustice he was about to do to her, John Junior bent for an instant over her slight figure, mentally resolving that so far as in him lay he would be true to his trust. There was a knock at the door, and Mrs. Livingstone herself looked in, pale, anxious, and expectant. Mr. Douglas, who was among the invited guests, had arrived, and must have an interview with John Junior ere the ceremony. 'Twas in vain she attempted politely to waive his request. He would see him, and, distracted with fear, she had at last conducted him into the upper hall, and out upon an open veranda, where in the moonlight he awaited the coming of the bridegroom, who, with some curiosity, approached him, asking what he wanted. "It may seem strange to you," said Mr. Douglas, "that I insist upon seeing you now when another time might do as well, but I believe in having a fair understanding all round." "Meddling old rascal!" exclaimed Mrs. Livingstone, who of course was within hearing, bending her ears so as not to lose a word. But in this she was thwarted, for drawing nearer to John Junior, Mr. Douglas said, so low as to prevent her catching anything further save the sound of his voice, "I do not accuse you of being at all mercenary, but such things have been, and there has something come to my knowledge to day which I deem it my duty to tell you, so that hereafter you can neither blame me nor Mabel." "What is it?" asked John Junior, and Mr. Douglas replied, "To be brief, then, Mabel's large fortune is, with the exception of a few thousands of which I have charge, all swept away by the recent failure of the Planters' Bank in which it was invested. I heard of it this morning, and determined on telling you, knowing that if you loved her for herself, it would make no difference, while if you loved her for her money it were far better to stop here." Nothing could have been further from John's thoughts than a desire for Mabel's wealth, which, precious as it seemed in his mother's eyes, was valueless to him, and after a moment's silence, in which he was thinking what a rich disappointment it would be to his mother, who, he knew, prized Mabel only for her money, he exclaimed, "Good! I'm glad of it. I never sought Mabel's hand for what there was in it, and I'm more ready to marry her now than ever. But," he added, as a sudden impulse of good came over him, "she need not know it. It would trouble her uselessly, and for the present will keep it from her."
John Junior had always been a puzzle to Mr. Douglas, who by turns censured and admired him, but now there was but one feeling in his bosom toward him, and that was one of unbounded respect. With a warm pressure of the hand he turned away, thinking perchance of his fair young daughter, who, far away o'er the Atlantic waves, little dreamed of the scene on which that summer moon was shining. As the conference ended, Mrs. Livingstone, who had learned nothing, glided from her hiding place, eagerly scanning her son's face to see if there was aught to justify her fears. But there was nothing, and with her heart beating at its accustomed pace, she descended the stairs in time to meet Durward, who, having reached Woodlawn that day, had not heard of Lena's decision. "This way, Master Belmont. Up stairs is the gentleman's room," said the servant in attendance; and, ascending the stairs, Durward met with Anna, asking for her cousin. "In there. Go in," said Anna, pointing to a half open door, and then hurrying away to meet Malcolm, whose coming she had seen from the window. Hesitatingly, Durward approached the chamber indicated, and as his knock met with no response, he ventured at last to enter unannounced into the presence of Lena, whom he had not met since that well-remembered night. Tastefully attired for the wedding in a simple white muslin, she sat upon a little stool with her face buried in the cushions of the sofa. She had heard his voice in the lower hall, and knowing she must soon meet him, she had for a moment abandoned herself to the tumult of bitter thoughts which came sweeping over her in that trying hour. She was weeping; he knew that by the trembling of her body, and for an instant everything was forgotten. Advancing softly toward her, he was about to lay his hand upon those clustering curls which fell unheeded around her, when the thought that from among them had been cut the hated tress which his mother had cast into the flames arrested his hand, and he was himself again. Forcing down his emotion, he said calmly, "Miss Rivers," and starting quickly to her feet, Lena demanded proudly what he would have, and why he was there. "Pardon me," said he, as he marked her haughty bearing and glanced at her dress, which was hardly in accordance with that of a bridesmaid, "I suppose I was to be a groomsman. Am I mistaken?" "So far as I am concerned, you are, sir. I knew nothing of Mabel's writing to you, or I should have prevented it, for after what has occurred you cannot deem me weak enough to lend myself to such an arrangement." And Lena walked out of the room, while Durward looked after her in amazement, one moment admiring her spirit, and the next blaming Mabel for not informing him how matters stood. "But there's no help for it now," thought he, as he descended the stairs and made his way into the parlor, whither Lena had preceded him. And thus ended an interview of which Lena had thought so much, hoping and praying that it might result in a reconciliation. But it was all over now; the breach was wider than ever. With half benumbed faculties she leaned on the window, unconscious of the earnest desire he felt to approach her, for there was about her a strange fascination which it required all his power to resist. When at last all was in readiness, a messenger was dispatched to John Junior, who, without a word, offered his arm to Mabel, and descending the broad staircase, they stood within the parlor in the spot which had been assigned them. Once during the ceremony he raised his eyes, encountering those of Lena fixed upon him so reproachfully that with a scowl he turned away. Mechanically he went through with his part of the service, betraying no emotion whatever, until the solemn words which made them one were uttered. Then, when it was over, when he was bound to her forever, he seemed suddenly to awake from his apathy and think of what he had done. Crowding around him they came with words of congratulation, all but Lena, who tarried behind, for she had none to give. Wretched as she was herself, she pitied the frail young bride, whose half joyous, half timid glances toward the frigid bridegroom showed that already was she sipping from the bitter cup whose very dregs she was destined to drain. In the recess of a window near to John Junior, Mr. Douglas and Durward stood, speaking together of Nellie, and though John shrank from the sound of her name, his hearing faculties seemed unusually sharpened, and he lost not a word of what they were saying. "So Nellie is coming home in the autumn, I am told," said Durward, "and I am glad of it, for I miss her much. But what is it about Mr. Wilbur's marriage? Wasn't it rather unexpected?" "No, not very. Nellie knew before she went that he was engaged to Miss Allen, but at his sister's request she kept it still. He found her at a boarding school in Montreal several years ago." "Will they remain in Europe?" "For a time at least, until Mary is better. But Nellie comes home with some friends from New Haven whom she met in Paris." Then in a low tone Mr. Douglas added, I almost dread the effect of this marriage upon her, for I am positive she liked him better than any one else." The little white blue veined hand which rested on that of John Junior was suddenly pressed so spasmodically that Mabel looked up inquiringly in the face which had no thought for her, for Mr. Douglas's words had fallen upon him like a thunderbolt, crushing him to the earth, and for a moment rendering him powerless. Instantly he comprehended it all. He had deceived himself, and by his impetuous haste lost all that he held most dear on earth. There was a cry of faintness, a grasping at empty space to keep from falling, and then forth into the open air they led the half fainting man, followed by his frightened bride, who tenderly bathed his damp cold brow, unmindful how he shrank from her, shuddering as he felt the touch of her soft hand, and motioning her aside when she stooped to part from his forehead the heavy locks of his hair. That night the pale starlight of another hemisphere kept watch over a gentle girl, who, 'neath the blue skies of sunny France, dreamed of her distant home across the ocean wave; of the gray-haired man who, with every morning light and evening shade, blessed her as his child; of another, whose image was ever present with her, whom from her childhood she had loved, and whom neither time nor distance could efface from her memory. Later, and the silvery moon looked mournfully down upon the white, haggard face and heavy bloodshot eye of him who counted each long, dreary hour as it passed by, cursing the fate which had made him what he was and unjustly hardening his heart against his innocent, unsuspecting wife. 26. Married life. For a short time after their marriage John Junior treated Mabel with at least a show of attention, but he was not one to long act as he did not feel. Had Nellie been indeed the wife of another he might in time have learned to love Mabel as she deserved, but now her presence only served to remind him of what he had lost, and at last he began to shun her society, never seeming willing to be left with her alone, and either repulsing or treating with indifference the many little acts of kindness which her affectionate nature prompted. To all this Mabel was not blind, and when once she began to suspect her true position, it was easy for her to fancy slights where none were intended. Thus, ere she had been 2 months a wife, her life was one of constant unhappiness, and as a matter of course her health, which had been much improved, began to fail. Her old racking headaches returned with renewed force, confining her for whole days to her room, where she lay listening in vain for the footsteps which never came, and tended only by Lena, who, in proportion as the others neglected her, clung to her more and more. The trip to Saratoga was given up, John Junior, in the bitterness of his disappointment, utterly refusing to go, and saying there was nothing sillier than for a newly married couple to go riding around the country, disgusting sensible people with their fooleries. So with a burst of tears Mabel yielded, and her bridal tour extended no further than Frankfort, whither her husband did once accompany her, dining out even then with an old schoolmate whom he chanced to meet, and almost forgetting to call at Mr. Douglas's for Mabel when it was time to return home. Ere long, too, another source of trouble arose, which shipwrecked entirely the poor bride's happiness. By some means or other it at last came to Mrs. Livingstone's knowledge that Mabel's fortune was not only all gone, but that her son had known it in time to prevent his marrying her. Owing to various losses, her own property had for a few years past been gradually diminishing, and when she found that Mabel's fortune, which she leaned upon as an all-powerful prop, was swept away, it was more than she could bear peaceably, and in a fit of disappointed rage she assailed her son, reproaching him with bringing disgrace upon the family by marrying a poor homely sickly girl, who would be forever incurring expense without any means of paying it. For once, however, she found her match, for in good rounded terms John Junior bade her "go to thunder," his favorite point of destination for his particular friends, and at the same time saying, "he didn't care a dime for Mabel's money. It was you," said he, "who kept your eye on that, aiding and abetting the match, and now that you are disappointed I'm heartily glad of it." "But who is going to pay for her board?" asked Mrs. Livingstone. "You've no means of earning it, and I hope you don't intend to sponge out of me, for I think I've enough paupers on my hands already." "Board?" roared John Junior in a towering passion. "While you thought her rich you gave no heed to board or anything else. And since she has become poor, I do not think her appetite greatly increased. You taunt me, too, with having no means of earning my own living. Whose fault is it? Tell me that. Haven't you always opposed my having a profession? Didn't you pet and baby Johnny when a boy, keeping him always at your apron strings, and now that he's a man he's not to be turned adrift? No, madam, I shall stay, and Mabel too, just as long as I please." Gaining no satisfaction from him, Mrs. Livingstone turned her battery upon poor Mabel, treating her with shameful neglect, intimating that she was in the way; that the house was full, and that she never supposed John was going to settle down at home for her to support. He was big enough to look after himself, and if he chose to marry a wife who had nothing, why, let them go to work as other folks did. Mabel listened in perfect amazement, never dreaming what was meant, for John Junior had carefully kept from her a knowledge of her loss, requesting his mother to do the same in such decided terms, that, hint as strongly as she pleased, she dared not tell the whole, for fear of the storm which was sure to follow. All this was not of course calculated to add to Mabel's comfort, and day by day she grew more and more unhappy, generously keeping to herself, however, the treatment which she received from Mrs. Livingstone. "He will only dislike me the more if I complain to him of his mother," thought she, so the secret was kept, though she could not always repress the tears which would start when she thought how wretched she was. We believe we have said elsewhere that if there was anything particularly annoying to John Junior, it was a sick or crying woman, and now when he so often found Mabel indisposed or weeping, he grew more morose and fault finding, sometimes wantonly accusing her of trying to provoke him, when in fact she had used every means in her power to conciliate him. Again conscience smitten, he would lay her aching head upon his bosom, and tenderly bathing her throbbing temples, would soothe her into a quiet sleep, from which she always awoke refreshed, and in her heart forgiving him for all he had made her suffer. At such times John would resolve never again to treat her unkindly, but alas! his resolutions were too easily broken. Had he married Nellie, a more faithful, affectionate husband there could not have been. But now it was different. A withering blight had fallen upon his earthly prospects, and forgetting that he alone was to blame, he unjustly laid the fault upon his innocent wife, who, as far as she was able, loved him as deeply as Nellie herself could have done. One morning about the 1st of September, John Junior received a note, informing him that several of his young associates were going on a 3 days' hunting excursion, in which they wished him to join. In the large easy chair just before him sat Mabel, her head supported by pillows, and saturated with camphor, while around her eyes were the dark rings which usually accompanied her headaches. Involuntarily John Junior glanced toward her. Had it been Nellie, all the pleasures of the world could not have induced him to leave her, but Mabel was altogether another person, and more for the sake of seeing what she would say than from any real intention of going, he read the note aloud; then carelessly throwing it aside, he said, "Ah, yes, I'll go. It'll be rare fun camping out these moonlight nights." Much as she feared him, Mabel could not bear to have him out of her sight, and now, at the first intimation of his leaving her, her lip began to tremble, while tears filled her eyes and dropped upon her cheeks. This was enough, and mentally styling her "a perfect cry baby," he resolved to go at all hazards. "I don't think you ought to leave Mabel, she feels so badly," said Anna, who was present. "I want to know if little Anna's got so she can dictate me too," answered John, imitating her voice, and adding that he reckoned Mabel would get over her bad feelings quite as well without him as with him. More for the sake of opposition than because she really cared, Carrie too chimed in, saying that he was a pretty specimen of a 3 months' husband, and asking how he ever expected to answer for all of Mabel's tears and headaches. "Hang her tears and headaches," said he, beginning to grow angry. "She can get one up to order any time, and for my part, I'm getting heartily tired of the sound of aches and pains." "Please don't talk so," said Mabel, pressing her hands upon her aching head, while Lena sternly exclaimed, "Shame on you, John Livingstone! I am surprised at you, for I did suppose you had some little feeling left." "Miss Rivers can be very eloquent when she chooses, but I am happy to say it is entirely lost on me," said John, leaving the room and shutting the door with a bang, which made every one of Mabel's nerves quiver anew. "What a perfect brute!" said Carrie, while Lena and Anna drew nearer Mabel, the one telling her she would not care, and the other silently pressing the little hand which instinctively sought hers, as if sure of finding sympathy. At this moment Mrs. Livingstone came in, and immediately Carrie gave a detailed account of her brother's conduct, at the same time referring her mother for proof to Mabel's red eyes and swollen face. "I never interfere between husband and wife," said Mrs. Livingstone coolly, But as a friend I will give Mabel a bit of advice. Without being at all personal, I would say that a few women have beauty enough to afford to impair it by eternally crying, while fewer men have patience enough to bear with a woman who is forever whining and complaining, first of this and then of that. I don't suppose that John is so much worse than other people, and I think he bears up wonderfully considering his disappointment." Here the lady flounced out of the room, leaving the girls to stare at each other in silence, wondering what she meant. Since her marriage, Mabel had occupied the parlor chamber, which connected with a cozy little bedroom and dressing room adjoining. These had at the time been fitted up and furnished in a style which Mrs. Livingstone thought worthy of Mabel's wealth, but now that she was poor the case was altered, and she had long contemplated removing her to more inferior quarters. She wasn't going to give her the very best room in the house. No, indeed she wasn't. Wearing out the carpets, soiling the furniture, and keeping everything topsy-turvy. She understood John Junior well enough to know that it would not do to approach him on the subject, so she waited, determining to carry out her plans the very first time he should be absent, thinking when it was once done he would submit quietly. On hearing that he had gone off on a hunting excursion, she thought, "Now is my time," and summoning to her assistance 3 or 4 servants, she removed everything belonging to John Junior and Mabel to the small and not remarkably convenient room which the former had occupied previous to his marriage. "What are you about?" asked Anna, who chanced to pass by and looked in. "About my business," answered Mrs. Livingstone. "I'm not going to have my best things all worn out, and if this was once good enough for John to sleep in, it is now." "But will Mabel like it?" asked Anna, a little suspicious that her sister-in-law's rights were being infringed. "Nobody cares whether she is pleased or not," said Mrs. Livingstone. "If she don't like it, all she has to do is to go away." "Lasted just about as long as I thought 'twould," said Aunt Millie, when she heard what was going on. "Ile and crab apple vinegar won't mix nohow, and if before the year's up old Miss don't worry the life out of that poor little sickly critter, that looks now like a picked chicken, my name ain't Millie Livingstone." The other negroes agreed with her. Constantly associated with the family, they saw things as they were, and while Mrs. Livingstone's conduct was universally condemned, Mabel was a general favorite. After Mrs. Livingstone had left the room, Millie, with 1 or 2 others, strolled up to reconnoiter. "Now I 'clar for it," said Millie. "If here ain't Marster John's boot jack, fish line, and box of tobaccy, right out in far sight, and Miss Mabel comin' in here to sleep. 'Pears like some white folks ain't no idea of what 'longs to good manners. Here, Corinne, put the jack in thar, the fish line thar, the baccy thar, and heave that ar other trash out a door," pointing to some geological specimens which from time to time John Junior had gathered, and which his mother had not thought proper to molest. Corinda obeyed, and then Aunt Millie, who really possessed good taste, began to make some alterations in the arrangement of the furniture, and under her supervision the room soon began to present a more cheerful and inviting aspect. "Get out with your old earthen candlestick," said she, turning up her broad nose at the said article which stood upon the stand. "What's them tall frosted ones in the parlor chamber for, if 'tain't to use? Go, Corinne, and fetch 'em." But Corinda did not dare, and Aunt Millie went herself, taking the precaution to bring them in the tongs, so that, even in the denouement, she could stoutly deny having even "teched 'em," or even had 'em in her hands. So much for a subterfuge, when there is no moral training. When Mabel heard of the change, she seemed for a moment stupefied. Had she been consulted, had Mrs. Livingstone frankly stated her reasons for wishing her to take another room, she would have consented willingly, but to be thus summarily removed without a shadow of warning hardly came up to her idea of justice. Still there was no help for it, and that night the bride of 3 months watered her lone pillow with tears, never once closing her heavy eyelids in sleep until the dim morning light came in through the open window, and the tread of the negroes' feet was heard in the yard below. Then for many hours the weary girl slumbered on, unconscious of the ill-natured remarks which her non-appearance was eliciting from Mrs. Livingstone, who said, "It was strange what airs some people would put on." Perhaps Mistress Mabel fancied her breakfast would be sent to her room, or kept warm for her until such time as she chose to appear, but she'd find herself mistaken, for the servants had enough to do without waiting upon her, and if she couldn't come up to breakfast, why, she must wait until dinner time." Lena and Milly, however, thought differently. Softly had the latter stolen up to her cousin's room, gazing pityingly upon the pale, worn face, whose grieved, mournful expression told of sorrow which had come all too soon. "Let her sleep, it will do her good," said Lena, adjusting the bedclothes, and dropping the curtains so that the sunlight should not disturb her, she left the chamber. An hour after, on entering the kitchen, she found Aunt Milly preparing a rich cream toast, which, with a cup of fragrant black tea, were to be slyly conveyed to Mabel, who was now awake. "Reckon thar don't nobody starve as long as this nigger rules the roost," said Milly, wiping one of the silver teaspoons with the corner of her apron, and then placing it in the cup destined for Mabel, who, not having seen her breakfast prepared, relished it highly, thinking the world was not, after all, so dark and dreary, for there were yet a few left who cared for her. Her headache of the day before still remained, and Lena suggested that she should stay in her room, saying that she would herself see that every necessary attention was paid her. This she could the more readily do, as Mrs. Livingstone had gone to Versailles with her husband. That afternoon, as Mabel lay watching the drifting clouds as they passed and repassed before the window, her ear suddenly caught the sound of horses' feet. Nearer and nearer they came, until with a cry of delight she hid her face in the pillows, weeping for very joy, for John Junior had come home. She could not be mistaken, and if there was any lingering doubt it was soon lost in certainty, for she heard his voice in the hall below, his footsteps on the stairs. He was coming, an unusual thing, to see her first. But how did he know she was there in his old room? He did not know it. He was only coming to put his rifle in its accustomed place, and on seeing the chamber filled with the various paraphernalia of a woman's toilet, he started with the exclamation, "What the deuce! I reckon I've got into the wrong pew," and was going away when Mabel called him back. "Meb, you here?" said he. "You, in this little tucked up hole that I always thought too small for me and my traps? What does it mean?" Mabel had carefully studied the tones of her husband's voice, and knowing from the tone he now assumed that he was not displeased with her, the sense of injustice done her by his mother burst out, and throwing her arms around his neck, she told him everything connected with her removal, asking what his mother meant by saying she should never get anything for their board, and begging him to take her away where they could live alone and be happy. Since he had left her, John Junior had thought a great deal, the result of which was that he determined on returning home much sooner than he had first intended, promising himself to treat Mabel decently, and if possible win back the respect of Lena which he knew he had lost. To his companions who urged him to remain he explained that he had left his wife sick and he could not stay longer. It cost him a great effort to say "my wife," for never before had he so called her, but he felt better the moment he had done so, and bidding his young friends adieu, he started for home with the same impetuous speed which usually characterized his riding. He had fully expected to meet Mabel in the parlor, and was even revolving in his own mind the prospect of kissing her, provided Lena were present. "That'll prove to her," thought he, "that I am not the hardened wretch she thinks I am. So I'll do it, if Meb doesn't happen to be all bound up in camphor and aromatic vinegar, which I can't endure anyway." Full of this resolution he had hastened home, going first to his old room, where he had come so unexpectedly upon Mabel that for a moment he scarcely knew what to say. By the time, however, that she had finished her story, his mind was pretty well made up. "And so it's mother's doings, hey?" said he, violently pulling the bell rope, and then walking up and down the room until Corinda appeared in answer to his summons. "How many blacks are there in the kitchen?" he asked. 6 or 7, besides Aunt Polly," answered Corinda. "Very well. Tell every man of them to come up here quick." Full of wonder, Corinda departed, carrying the intelligence, and adding that "Marster John looked mighty black in the face, and she reckoned some on 'em would catch it," at the same time, for fear of what might happen, secretly conveying back to the safe the piece of cake which, in the mistress's absence, she had stolen. Aunt Milly's first thought was of the frosted candlesticks, and by way of impressing upon Corinda a sense of what she might expect if in any way she implicated her, she gave her a cuff in advance, bidding her "be keerful how she blabbed." Then heading the sable group, she repaired to the chamber where John Junior was awaiting them. Advancing toward them as they appeared in the doorway, he said, "Take hold here, every one of you, and move these things back where they came from." "Don't, oh, don't!" entreated Mabel, but laying his hand over her mouth, John Junior bade her keep still, at the same time ordering the negroes to be quick. At first the younger portion of the blacks stood speechless, but Aunt Millie, comprehending the whole at once, and feeling glad that her mistress had her match in her son, set to work with a right good will, and when about dusk Mrs. Livingstone came home, she was astonished at seeing a light in the parlor chamber, while occasionally she could discern the outline of a form moving before the window. What could it mean? Perhaps they had company, and springing from the carriage she hastened into the house, meeting Lena in the hall, and eagerly asking who was in the front chamber. "I believe," said Lena, "that my cousin is not pleased with the change, and has gone back to the front room." "The impudent thing!" exclaimed Mrs. Livingstone, ignorant of her son's return, and as a matter of course attributing the whole to Mabel. Darting up the stairs, she advanced toward the chamber, and pushing open the door, stood face to face with John Junior, who, with hands crammed in his pockets and legs crossed, was leaning against the mantel, waiting and ready for whatever might occur. "John Livingstone!" she gasped in her surprise. "That's my name," he returned, quietly enjoying her look of amazement. "What do you mean?" she continued. "Mean what I say," was his provoking answer. "What have you been about?" was her next question, to which he replied, "Your eyesight is not deficient. You can see for yourself." Gaining no satisfaction from him, Mrs. Livingstone now turned upon Mabel, abusing her until John Junior sternly commanded her to desist, bidding her confine her remarks to himself and let his wife alone, as she was not in the least to blame. "Your wife?" repeated Mrs. Livingstone. "Very affectionate you've grown all at once. Perhaps you've forgotten that you married her to spite Nellie, who you then believed was the bride of Mr. Wilbur, but you surely remember how you fainted when you accidentally learned your mistake." A cry from Mabel, who fell back fainting among the pillows, prevented Mrs. Livingstone from any further remarks, and satisfied with the result of her visit, she walked away, while John Junior, springing to the bedside, bore his young wife to the open window, hoping the cool night air would revive her. But she lay so pale and motionless in his arms, her head resting so heavily upon his shoulder, that with a terrible foreboding he laid her back upon the bed, and rushing to the door, shouted loudly, "Help, somebody! Come quick! Mabel is dead, I know she is!" Lena heard the cry and hastened to the rescue, starting back when she saw the marble whiteness of Mabel's face. "I didn't kill her, Lena. God knows I didn't. Poor little Meb!" said John Junior, quailing beneath Lena's rebuking glance, and bending anxiously over the slight form which looked so much like death. But Mabel was not dead. Lena knew it by the faint fluttering of her heart, and an application of the usual remedies sufficed at last to restore her to consciousness. With a long drawn sigh, her eyes unclosed, and looking earnestly in Lena's face, she said, "Was it a dream, Lena? Tell me, was it all a dream?" Then, as she observed her husband, she added shudderingly, "No, no, not a dream. I remember it all now, and I wish I was dead." Again Lena's rebuking glance went over to John Junior, who, advancing nearer to Mabel, gently laid his hand upon her white brow, saying softly, "Poor, poor Meb!" There was genuine pity in the tones of his voice, and while the hot tears gushed forth, the sick girl murmured, "Forgive me, John, I couldn't help it. I didn't know it, and now if you say so, I'll go away, alone, where you'll never see me again." She comprehended it all. Her mother-in-law had rudely torn away the veil, and she saw why she was there, knew why he had sought her for his wife, understood all his coldness and neglect. But she had no word of reproach for him, her husband, and from the depths of her crushed heart she forgave him, commiserating him as the greater sufferer. "Maybe I shall die," she whispered, "and then—" She did not finish the sentence, neither was it necessary, for John Junior understood what she meant, and with his conscience smiting him as it did, he felt half inclined to declare, with his usual impulsiveness, that it should never be. But the rash promise was not made, and it was far better that it should not be. End of chapters 25 and 26. Chapters 27 and 28 of Lena Rivers by Mary Jane Holmes. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 27. The Shadow. Mabel's nerves had received too great a shock to rally immediately, and as day after day went by she still kept her room, notwithstanding the very pointed hints of her mother-in-law that she was making believe for the sake of sympathy. Why didn't she get up and go outdoors? Anybody would be sick to be flat on their back day in and day out. Or did she think she was spiting her by showing what muss she could keep the best chamber in if she chose? This last was undoubtedly the grand secret of Mrs. Livingstone's dissatisfaction. Foiled in her effort to dislodge them, she would not yield without an attempt at making Mabel at least as uncomfortable in mind as possible. Accordingly, almost every day, when her son was not present, she conveyed from the room some nice article of furniture, substituting in its place one of inferior quality, which was quite good enough, she thought, for a penniless bride. "'Pears like old Miss going to make a clean finish of her dis time," said Aunt Millie, who watched her mistress's daily depredations. "Old Sam done got title deed of her, sure enough. Guy, won't she catch it in t'other world when he done show her his cloven foot? And won't she holler for old Millie to fotch her a drink of water? Not particular, then. Drink out of the bucket, gourd shell, or anything. But dis nigger'll sign her post in the parlor afore she'll go." "Why, Millie," said Lena, who overheard this colloquy, "don't you know it's wrong to indulge in such wicked thoughts?"
"Bless you, child," returned the old negress, "she sarves 'em all for treatin' that poor dear lamb so. I'd 'nihilate her if I's Miss Mabel." "No, no, Millie," said Aunt Polly, who was present. "You must heap coals of fire on her head." "Yes, that's it. She orter have 'em," quickly responded Millie, thinking Polly's method of revenge the very best in the world, provided the coals were "bilin' hot," and with this reflection she started upstairs with a bowl of nice warm gruel she had been preparing for the invalid. Several times each day Grandma Nichols visited Mabel's room, always prescribing some new tea of herbs, whose healing qualities were wonderful, having effected cures in every member of Nancy Scovendike's family, that lady herself, as a matter of course, being first included. And Aunt Millie, with the faithfulness characteristic of her race, would seek out each new herb, uniting with it her own simple prayer that it might have the desired effect. But all in vain, for every day Mabel became weaker, while her dark eyes grew larger and brighter, anon lighting up with joy as she heard her husband's footsteps in the hall, and again filling with tears as she glanced timidly into his face and thought of the dread reality. "Maybe I shall die," was more than once murmured in her sleep, and John Jr., as often as he heard those words, would press her burning hands and mentally reply, "Poor little Meb." And all this time no one thought to call a physician, until Mr. Livingstone himself at last suggested it. At first he had felt no interest whatever in his daughter-in-law, but with him force of habit was everything, and when she no longer came among them he missed her languid steps upon the stairs, and her childish voice in the parlor. At last it one day occurred to him to visit her. She was sleeping when he entered the room, but he could see there had been a fearful change since last he looked upon her, and without a word concerning his intentions he walked to the kitchen, ordering one of his servants to start forthwith for the physician, whose residence was a few miles distant. Mrs. Livingstone was in the front parlor when he returned, in company with Dr. Gordon, and immediately her avaricious spirit asked who would pay the bill, and why was he sent for. Mabel did not need him, she was only babyish and spleeny, and so she told the physician, who, however, did not agree with her. He did not say that Mabel would die, but he thought so, for his experienced eye saw in her infallible signs of the disease which had stricken down both her parents, and to which from her birth she had been a prey. Mabel guessed as much from his manner, and when again he visited her she asked him plainly what he thought. She was young, a bride, surrounded apparently by everything which could make her happy, and the physician hesitated, answering her evasively until she said, "Do not fear to tell me truly, for I want to die. Oh, I long to die," she continued, passionately clasping her thin white hands together. "That is an unusual wish in one so young," answered the physician. "But to be plain with you, Mrs. Livingstone, I think consumption too deeply seated to admit of your recovery.
You may be better, but never well. Your disease is hereditary, and has been coming on too long." "It is well," was Mabel's only answer, as she turned wearily upon her side and hid her face in the pillows. For a long time she lay there, thinking, weeping, and thinking again, of the noisome grave through which she must pass, and from which she instinctively shrank, it was so dark, so cold and dreary. But Mabel had trusted in one who she knew would go with her down into the lone valley, whose arm she felt would uphold her as she crossed the dark rolling stream of death; and, as if her frail bark were already safely moored upon the shores of the eternal river, she looked back dreamily upon the world she had left, and as she saw what she felt would surely be, she again murmured through her tears, "It is well." That night when John Junior came up to his room, he appeared somewhat moody and cross, barely speaking to Mabel, and then walking up and down the room with the heavy tread which always indicated a storm within. He had that day been to Frankfort, hearing that Nellie was really coming home very soon; very possibly she was now on her way. Of course she would visit Mabel when she heard she was sick, and of course he must meet her face to face, must stand with her at the bedside of his wife, and that wife Mabel. In his heart he did not accuse the latter of feigning her illness, but he wished she would get well faster so that Nellie need not feel obliged to visit her. She could at least make an effort; a great deal depended upon that, and she had now been confined to her room 3 or 4 weeks. Thus he reflected as he walked, and at last his thoughts formed themselves into words. Stopping short at the foot of the bed, he said abruptly and without looking her in the face, "How do you feel to night?" The stifled cough, which Mabel tried to suppress because it was offensive to him, brought a scowl to his forehead, and in imagination he anticipated her answer. "I do not think I am any better." "And I don't believe you try to be," sprang to his lips, but its utterance was prevented by a glance at her face which, by the flickering lamplight, looked whiter than ever. "Nellie is coming home in a few weeks," he said at length, with his usual precipitancy. 'Twas the first time Mabel had heard that name since that night when her mother-in-law had rang it in her ears, and now she started so quickly that the offending cough could not be forced back, and the coughing fit which followed was so violent that John Junior, as he held the bowl to her quivering lips, saw that what she had raised was streaked with blood. But he was unused to sickness, and he gave it no farther thought, resuming the conversation as soon as she became quiet. "To be plain, Meb," said he, "I want you to hurry and get well before Nellie comes. For if you are sick she'll feel in duty bound to visit you, and I'd rather face a loaded cannon than her." Mabel was too much exhausted to answer immediately, and she lay so long with her eyes closed that John Junior, growing impatient, said, "Are you asleep, Meb?" "No, no," said she, at the same time requesting him to take the vacant chair by her side, as she wished to talk with him. John Junior hated to be talked to, particularly by her, for he felt that she had much cause to reproach him. But she did not, and as she proceeded his heart melted toward her in a manner which he had never thought possible. Very gently she spoke of her approaching end as sure. "You ask me to make haste and be well," said she, "but it cannot be. I shall never go out into the bright sunshine again, never join you in the parlor below, and before the cold winds of winter are blowing I shall be dead. I hope I shall live until Nellie comes, for I must see her. I must make it right between her and you. I must tell her to forgive you for marrying me when you loved only her. And she will listen. She won't refuse me. And when I am gone you'll be happy together." John Junior did not speak, but the little hand which nervously moved toward him was met more than halfway, and thus strengthened, Mabel continued, "You must sometimes think and speak of Mabel when she is dead. I do not ask you to call me wife. I do not wish it, but you must forget how wretched I have made you, for, oh, I did not mean it, and had I sooner known what I do now, I would have died ere I had caused you one pang of sorrow." Afterward, when it was too late, John Junior would have given worlds to recall that moment, that he might tell the broken-hearted girl how bitterly he, too, repented of all the wrong he had done her. But he did not say so then. He could only listen, while he mentally resolved that if Mabel were indeed about to die, he would make the remainder of her short life happy, and thus atone as far as possible for the past. But alas for John Jr., his resolutions were easily broken, and as days and weeks went by, and there was no perceptible change in her, he grew weary of well doing, absenting himself whole days from the sick room, and at night rather unwillingly resuming his post as watcher, for Mabel would have no one else. Since Mabel's illness he had occupied the little room adjoining hers, and often when in the still night he lay awake, watching the shadow which the lamp cast upon the wall, and thinking of her for whom the light was constantly kept burning, his conscience would smite him terribly, and rising up he would steal softly to her bedside to see if she were sleeping quietly. But anon he grew weary of this too. The shadow on the wall troubled him, it kept him awake, it was a continual reproach, and he must be rid of it somehow. He tried the experiment of closing his door, but Mabel knew the moment he attempted it, and he could not refuse her when she asked him to leave it open. John Jr. grew restless, fidgety, and nervous. Why need the lamp be kept burning? He could light it when necessary. Or why need he sleep there, when someone else would do as well? He thought of Lena. She was just the one, and the next day he would speak to her. To his great joy she consented to relieve him a while, provided Mabel were willing. But she was not, and John Jr. was forced to submit. He was not accustomed to restraint, and every night matters grew worse and worse. The shadow annoyed him exceedingly. If he slept, he dreamed that it kept a glimmering watch over him, and when he awoke, he in turn watched over that, until the misty daylight came to dissipate the phantom. About this time several families from Frankfort started for New Orleans, where they were wont to spend the winter, and irresistibly John Jr. became possessed of a desire to visit that city too. Mabel would undoubtedly live until spring, now that the trying part of autumn was past, and there could be no harm in his leaving her for a while, when he so much needed rest. Accordingly, Lena was one day surprised by his announcing his intended trip. "But you cannot be in earnest," she said. "You surely will not leave Mabel now?" "And why not?" he asked. "She doesn't grow any worse, and won't until spring, and this close confinement is absolutely killing me. Why, I've lost 6 pounds in 6 months, and you'll see to her, I know you will. You're a good girl, and I like you, if I did get angry with you weeks ago when I went a-hunting." Lena knew he ought not to go, and she tried hard to convince him of the fact, telling him how much pleasure she had felt in observing his improved manner toward Mabel, and that he must not spoil it now. "It's no use talking," said he. "I'm bent on going somewhere. I've tried to be good, I know, but the fact is I can't stay put. It isn't my nature. I shan't tell Meb till just before I start, for I hate scenes." "And suppose she dies while you are gone?" asked Lena. John was beginning to grow impatient, for he knew he was wrong, and rather tartly he answered as he left the room, "Give her a decent burial, and present the bill to mother." The next morning, as Lena sat alone with Mabel, John Jr. entered, dressed and ready for his journey. But he found it harder telling his wife than he had anticipated. She looked unusually pale this morning. The sallowness of her complexion was all gone, and on either cheek there burned a round, bright spot. Lena had just been arranging her thick glossy hair, and now, wholly exhausted, she reclined upon her pillows, while her large black eyes, unnaturally bright, sparkled with joy at the sight of her husband. But they quickly filled with tears when told that he was going away, and had come to say good bye. "It's only to New Orleans and back," he said as he saw her changing face. "I shan't be gone long, and Lena will take care of you a heap better than I can." "It isn't that," answered Mabel, wiping her tears away. "Don't go, John. Wait a little while. I'm sure it won't be long." "You are nervous," said he, playfully tapping her white cheek. "You're not going to die. You'll live to be grandmother yet, who knows? But I must be off or lose the train. Goodbye, little Meb," grasping her hand. "Goodbye, Lena. I'll bring you both something nice. Goodbye." When she saw that he was going, Mabel asked him to come back to her bedside just for a moment. He could not refuse, and winding her long, emaciated arms round his neck, she whispered, "Kiss me once before you go. I shall never ask it again, and 'twill make me happier when you are gone." "A dozen times, if you like," said he, giving her the only husband's kiss she had ever received. For a moment longer she detained him, while she prayed silently for heaven's blessing on his wayward head, and then releasing him, she bade him go. Had he known of all that was to follow, he would not have left her, but he believed, as he said, that she would survive the winter, and with one more kiss upon her brow, where the perspiration was standing thickly, he departed. The window of Mabel's room commanded a view of the turnpike, and when the sound of horses' feet were heard on the lawn, she requested Lena to lead her to the window, where she stood watching him until a turn in the road hid him from her sight. "'Tis the last time," said she, "and he will never know how much this parting cost me." That night, as they were alone in the gathering twilight, Mabel said, "If I die before Nellie comes, I want you to tell her how it all happened, and that she must forgive him, for he was not to blame." "I do not understand you," said Lena, and then, in broken sentences, Mabel told her what her mother in law had said, and how terribly John was deceived. "Of course he couldn't love me after that," said she, "and it's right that I should die. He and Nellie were made for each other, and if the inhabitants of heaven are allowed to watch over those they loved on earth, I will ask to be always near them. You will tell her, won't you?" Lena promised, adding that she thought Mabel would see Nellie herself, as she was to sail from Liverpool the 20th, and a few days proved her conjecture correct. Entering Mabel's room one morning about a week after John's departure, she brought the glad news that Nellie had returned, and would be with them to-morrow. The next day Nellie came, but she too was changed. The roundness of her form and face was gone; the rose had faded from her cheek, and her footsteps were no longer light and bounding as of old. She knew of John Junior's absence, or she would not have come, for she could not meet him face to face. She had heard, too, of his treatment of Mabel, and while she felt indignant toward him, she freely forgave his innocent wife, who she felt had been more sinned against than sinning. With a faint cry Mabel started from her pillow, and burying her face on Nellie's neck, wept like a child. "You do not hate me," she said at last, "or you would not have come so soon." "Hate you? No," answered Nellie. "I have no cause for hating you." "And you will stay with me until I die, until he comes home, and forgive him too," Mabel continued. "I can promise the first, but the latter is harder," said Nellie, her cheeks burning with anger as she gazed on the wreck before her. "But you must, you will," exclaimed Mabel, rapidly telling all she knew; then falling back upon the pillow, she added, "You'll forgive him, Nellie." As time passed on, Mabel grew weaker and weaker, clinging closer to Nellie as she felt the dark shadow of death creeping gradually over her. "If he'd only come," she would say, "and I could place your hand in his before I died." But it was not to be. Day after day John Junior lingered, dreading to return, for he knew Nellie was there, and he could not meet her, he thought, at the bedside of Mabel. So he tarried until a letter from Lena which said that Mabel would die decided him, and rather reluctantly he started homeward. Meantime Mabel, who knew nothing of her loss, conceived the generous idea of willing all her possessions to her recreant husband. "Perhaps he'll think more kindly of me," said she to his father, to whom she first communicated her plan, and Mr. Livingstone felt that he could not undeceive her. Accordingly a lawyer was summoned from Frankfort, and the will duly drawn up, signed, sealed, and delivered into the hands of Mr. Livingstone, whose wife, with a mocking laugh, bade him "guard it carefully, it was so valuable." "It shows her goodness of heart, at least," said he, and possibly Mrs. Livingstone thought so too, for from that time her manner softened greatly toward her daughter-in-law. It was midnight at Maple Grove. On the table in its accustomed place the lamp was burning dimly, casting the shadow upon the wall, whilst over the whole room a darker shadow was brooding. The window was open, and the cool night air came softly in, lifting the masses of raven hair from off the pale brow of the dying. Tenderly above her, Nellie and Lena were bending. They had watched by her many a night, and now she asked them not to leave her, not to disturb a single one. She would rather die alone. The sound of horses' hoofs rang out on the still air, but she did not heed it. Nearer and nearer it came, over the lawn, up the gravelled walk, through the yard, and Nellie's face blanched to an unnatural whiteness as she thought who that midnight rider was. Arrived in Frankfort only an hour before, he had hastened forward, impelled by a something he could not resist. From afar he had caught the glimmering light, and he felt he was not too late. He knew how to enter the house, and on through the wide hall and up the broad staircase he came, until he stood in the chamber, where before him another guest had entered, whose name was Death. Face to face he stood with Nellie Douglas, and between them lay his wife, her rival, the white hands folded meekly upon her bosom, and the pale lips just as they had breathed a prayer for him. Mabel! She is dead!" was all he uttered, and falling upon his knees he buried his face in the pillow, while half scornfully, half pityingly, Nellie gazed upon him. There was much of bitterness in her heart toward him, not for the wrong he had done her, but for the sake of the young girl, now passed for ever away. Lena felt differently. His silent grief conquered all resentment, and going to his side she told him how peacefully Mabel had died; how to the last she had loved and remembered him, praying that he might be happy when she was gone. "Poor little Meb! She deserved a better fate," was all he said, as he continued his kneeling posture, until the family and servants whom Nellie had summoned, came crowding round, the cries of the latter grating on the ear, and seeming sadly out of place for her whose short life had been so dreary, and who had welcomed death as a release from all her pain. It was Mrs. Livingstone's wish that Mabel should be arrayed in her bridal robes, but with a shudder at the idle mockery John Junior answered "No," and in a plain white muslin, her shining hair arrayed as she was wont to wear it, they placed her in her coffin, and on a sunny slope where the golden sunlight and the pale moonbeams laid a spell, and where in spring the bright green grass and sweet wild flowers are earliest seen, they laid her down to sleep. That night, when all around was still, John Junior lay musing sadly of the past. His affection for Mabel had been slight and variable, but now that she was gone he missed her. The large easy chair, with its cushions and pillows, was empty, and as he thought of the pale, dark face and aching head he had so often seen reclining there, and which he would never see again, he groaned in bitterness of spirit, for well he knew that he had helped to break the heart now lying cold and still beneath the coffin lid. There was no shadow on the wall, for the lamp had gone out with the young life for whom it had been kept burning, but many a shadow lay dark and heavy across his heart. With the sun setting a driving rain had come on, and as the November wind went howling past the window, and the large drops beat against the casement, he thought of the lonesome little grave on which that rain was falling, and shuddering, he hid his face in the pillows, asking to be forgiven, for he knew that all too soon that grave was made, and he had helped to make it. At last, long after the clock had tolled the hour of midnight, he arose, and lighting the lamp which many a weary night had burned for her, he placed it where the shadow would fall upon the wall, as it had done of old. It was no longer a phantom to annoy him, and soothed by its presence he fell asleep, dreaming that Mabel had come back to bring him her forgiveness, but when he essayed to touch her, she vanished from his sight, and there was nothing left save that shadow on the wall. 28. Mr. Grahame's return. Mr. and Mrs. Grahame had returned to Woodlawn, the former remaining but a day and night, and then without once seeing Lena departing for Europe, where business, either fancied or real, called him. Often when lying weary and sick in Havana had he resolved on revealing to his wife the secret which he felt was wearing his life away, but the cowardice of his nature seemed increased by physical weakness, and from time to time was the disclosure postponed, while the chain of evidence was fearfully lengthening around poor Lena, to whom Mrs. Grahame had transferred the entire weight of her displeasure. Loving her husband as well as such as she could love, she was ever ready to forgive when she saw any indications of reform on his part, and as during all their journey he had never once given her cause for offense, she began to attribute his former delinquencies wholly to Lena. And when he proposed a tour to Europe, she readily sanctioned it, hoping that time and absence would remove from his mind all thoughts of the beautiful girl who she thought was her rival. Still, though she would not confess it, in her heart she did not believe Lena guilty, except so far as a desire to attract Mr. Grahame's attention would make her so. For this belief she had a good and potent reason. The daguerreotype which had caused so much trouble was still in her possession, guarded carefully from her husband, who, never suspecting the truth, supposed he had lost it. Frequently had Mrs. Grahame examined the picture, each time discovering some point of difference between it and its supposed original. Still she never for a moment doubted that it was Lena, until an event occurred which convinced her of the contrary, leaving her meantime more mystified than ever. On their way home from Havana, Mr. Grahame had proposed stopping a day in Cincinnati, taking rooms at the Burnett house, where the first individual whom they saw at the table was our old acquaintance, Joel Slocumb. Not finding his business as profitable in Lexington as he could wish, he had recently removed to Cincinnati. Here his aspiring mind had prompted him to board at the Burnett house until he'd seen the Ohio Elephant, when he intended retiring to one of the cheaper boarding houses. The moment he saw Mr. Graham, a grin of recognition became visible on his face, bringing to view a row of very long and very yellow teeth, apparently unacquainted with the use of either water or brush. "Who is that loafer who seems to know you?" asked Mrs. Graham, directing her husband's attention toward Joel. Mr. Graham replied that he had once seen him in Lexington, and that he took daguerreotypes. The moment dinner was over, Joel came forward, going through with one of his wonderful bows, and exclaiming with his peculiar nasal twang, "Now you don't say this is you! And this is your old woman, I s'pose? Miss Graham, howdy do? Darned if you don't look like Aunt Nancy, only she's lean and you are squatty. S'posen you give me a call and get your pictures taken. I didn't get an all-killin' sight of practice in Lexington, for the plaguey greenhorns didn't know enough to patronize me, and 'tain't a tarnation sight better here. But you," turning to Mr. Graham, "employed me once and pretended to be suited." Mr. Graham turned scarlet, and saying something in an undertone to Joel, gave his wife his arm, leading her to their room, where he made an excuse for leaving her a while. Looking from the window a moment after, Mrs. Graham saw him walking down the street in close conversation with Joel, who, by the way of showing his importance, lifted his white beaver to almost every man he met. Instantly her curiosity was roused, and when her husband returned, every motion of his was narrowly watched, the espionage resulting in the conviction that there was something in his possession which he did not wish her to see. Once, when she came unexpectedly upon him, he hastily thrust something into his pocket, appearing so much confused that she resolved to ferret out the secret. Accordingly that night, when assured by his heavy breathing that he was asleep, she crept softly from his side, and rummaging his pockets found a daguerreotype, which by the full moonlight she saw was a facsimile of the one she had in her possession. The arrangement of the hair, everything was the same, and utterly confounded she stood gazing first at one and then at the other, wondering what it meant. Could Lena be in the city? She thought not, and even if she were, the last daguerreotype was not so much like her, she fancied, as the first. At all events, she did not dare secrete it as she had done its companion, and stealthily returning it to its place, she crept back to bed. The next night they reached Woodlawn, where they learned that Mabel was buried that day. Of course, Lena could not have been absent from home. Mrs. Graham felt convinced of that, and gradually the conviction came upon her that another than Lena was the original of the daguerreotypes. And yet she was not generous enough to tell Durward so. She knew he was deceived, she wished him to remain so, and to effect it, she refrained from seeking an explanation from her husband, fearing lest Lena should be proved innocent. Her husband knew there was a misunderstanding between Durward and Lena, and if she were to ask him about the pictures, he would, she thought, at once suspect the cause of that misunderstanding, and as a matter of course exonerate Lena from all blame. The consequence of this she foresaw, and therefore she resolved upon keeping her own counsel, satisfied if in the end she prevented Durward from making Lena his wife. To effect this she endeavored during the winter to keep the matter almost constantly before Durward's mind, frequently referring to Lena's agitation when she first learned that Mr. Graham had started for Europe. She had called with her son at Maple Grove on the very day of her husband's departure. Lena had not met the lady before since that night in Frankfort, and now, with the utmost hauteur, she returned her nod, and then, too proud to leave the room, resumed her seat near the window, directly opposite the divan on which Durward was seated with Carey. She did not know before of Mrs. Graham's return, and when her aunt casually asked, "Did your husband come back with you?" she involuntarily held her breath for the answer, which, when it came, sent the blood in torrents to her face and neck, while her eyes sparkled with joy. She should see him, he would explain everything, and she should be guiltless in Durward's sight. This was the cause of her joy, which was quickly turned into sorrow by Mrs. Graham adding, "But he started this morning for Europe, where he will remain 3 months, and perhaps longer, just according to his business." The bright flush died away, and was succeeded by paleness, which did not escape the observation of either mother or son, the latter of whom had watched her from the first, noting each change, and interpreting it according to his fears. "Lena, Lena, how have I been deceived!" was his mental cry as she precipitately left the room, saying to her aunt, who asked what was the matter, that she was faint and dizzy. Death had been but yesterday within their walls, and as if softened by its presence, Mrs. Livingstone actually spoke kindly of her niece, saying, That constant watching with poor dear Mabel had impaired her health." "Perhaps there are other causes which may affect her," returned Mrs. Grahame, with a meaning look, which, though lost on Mrs. Livingstone, was noticed by Durward, who soon proposed leaving. On their way home his mother asked if he observed Lena when Mr. Grahame was mentioned. Without saying that he did, Durward replied, "I noticed your remark to Mrs. Livingstone, and was sorry for it, for I do not wish you to say a word which will throw the least shade of suspicion upon Lena. Her reputation as yet is good, and you must not be the first to say aught against it." "I won't, answered Mrs. Grahame, anxious to conciliate her son, but she found it a harder matter to refrain than she had first supposed. Lena was to her a constant eyesore, and nothing but the presence of Durward prevented her from occasionally giving vent in public to expressions which would have operated unfavorably against the young girl, and when at last circumstances occurred which gave her, as she thought, liberty to free her mind, she was only too willing to do so. Of those circumstances in which others besides Lena were concerned we will speak in another chapter. End of chapters 27 and 28. Chapter 29 of Lena Rivers by Mary Jane Holmes. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 29. Anna and Captain Atherton. Malcolm Everett's engagement with General Fontaine had expired, and as was his original intention, he started for New York, first seeking an interview with Mr. and Mrs. Livingstone, of whom he asked their daughter Anna in marriage, at the same time announcing the startling fact that they had been engaged for more than a year. "I do not ask you for her now," said he, "for I am not in a situation to support her as I would wish to, but that time will come ere long, I trust, and I can assure you that her happiness shall be the first object of my life." There was no cringing on the part of Malcolm Everett. He was unused to that, and as an equal meets an equal he met them, made known his request, and then in silence awaited their answer. Had Mrs. Livingstone been less indignant there would undoubtedly have ensued a clamorous call for hartshorn and vinaigrette, but as it was she started up, and confronting the young man she exclaimed, "How dare you ask such a thing? My daughter marry you?" "And why not, madam?" he answered coolly, while Mrs. Livingstone continued, "You, a low-born Yankee, who have been, as it were, a hireling, you presume to ask for my daughter?" "I do," he answered calmly, with a quiet smile, tenfold more tantalizing than harsh words would have been. "I do. Can I have her with your consent?" "Never so long as I live. I'd sooner see her dead than wedded to vulgar poverty." "That is your answer. Very well," said Malcolm, bowing stiffly. "And now I will hear yours," turning to Mr. Livingstone, who replied that he would leave the matter entirely with his wife. It was nothing to him, he had nothing personal against Mr. Everett. He rather liked him than otherwise, but he hardly thought Anna suited to him, she had been brought up so differently. And thus evasively answering, he walked away. "Cowardly fool!" muttered Mrs. Livingstone as the door closed upon him. "If I pretended to be a man, I'd be one." Then turning to Malcolm, she said, "Is there anything further you wish to say?" "Nothing," he replied. "I have honorably asked you for your daughter, you have refused her, and must abide the consequence." "And pray what may that be?" she asked, and he answered, "She will soon be of an age to act for herself, and though I would far rather take her with your consent, I shall not then hesitate to take her without, if you still persist in opposing her." "There is the door," said Mrs. Livingstone, rising. "I see it, madam," answered Malcolm, without deigning to move. "Oblige me by passing out," continued Mrs. Livingstone. "Insolent creature, to stand here threatening to elope with my daughter, who has been destined for another since her infancy." "But she shall never become the bride of that old man," answered Malcolm. "I know your schemes, I've seen them all along, and I will frustrate them too." "You cannot," fiercely answered Mrs. Livingstone. "It shall be ere another year comes round, and when you hear that it is so, know that you hastened it forward," and the indignant lady, finding that her opponent was not inclined to move, left the room herself, going in quest of Anna, whom she determined to watch for fear of what might happen. But Anna was nowhere to be found, and in a paroxysm of rage she alarmed the household, instituting a strict search, which resulted in the discovery of Anna beneath the same sycamore where Malcolm had first breathed his vows, and whither she had repaired to await the decision of her parents. "I expected as much," said she when told of the result, "but it matters not. I am yours, and I'll never marry another." The approach of the servants prevented any further conversation, and with a hurried adieu they parted. A few days afterward, as Mrs. Livingstone sat in her large easy chair before the glowing grate, Captain Atherton was announced, and shown at once into her room. To do Mrs. Livingstone justice, we must say that she had long debated the propriety of giving Anna, in all the freshness of her girlhood, to a man old as her father, but any hesitancy she had heretofore felt had now vanished. The crisis had come, and when the captain, as he had 2 or 3 times before done, broached the subject, urging her to a decision, she replied that she was willing, provided Anna's consent could be gained. "Oh, that's easy enough," said the captain, complacently rubbing together his fat hands and smoothing his colored whiskers. "Bring her in here, and I'll coax her in 5 minutes." Anna was sitting with her grandmother and Lena when word came that her mother wished to see her, the servant adding, with a titter, that "Mas'r Arthurton thar too." Instinctively she knew why she was sent for, and turning white as marble she begged her cousin to go with her. But Lena refused, soothing the agitated girl and begging her to be calm. "You've only to be decided," said she, "and it will soon be over. Captain Atherton I am sure will not insist, when he sees how repugnant to your feelings it is." But Anna knew her own weakness; she could never say in her mother's presence what she felt; and trembling like an aspen, she descended the stairs, meeting in the lower hall her brother, who asked what was the matter. "Oh, John, John," she cried, "Captain Atherton is there with mother, and they have sent for me. What shall I do?" "Be a woman," answered John Junior. "Tell him no, in good broad English, and if the old fellow insists, I'll blow his brains out." But the captain did not insist. He was too cunning for that, and when, with a burst of tears, Anna told him she could not be his wife because she loved another, he said good humoredly, "Well, well, never mind spoiling those pretty blue eyes. I'm not such an old savage as you think me. So we'll compromise the matter this way. If you really love Malcolm, why marry him, and on your bridal day I'll make you a present of a nice little place I have in Frankfort. But if on the other hand Malcolm proves untrue, you must promise to have me. Come, that's a fair bargain. What do you say?" "Malcolm will never prove untrue," answered Anna. "Of course not," returned the captain. "So you are safe in promising." "But what good will it do you?" queried Anna. "No good in particular," said the captain. "It's only a whim of mine, to which I thought you might perhaps agree, in consideration of my offer." "I do. I will," said Anna, thinking the captain not so bad after all. "There's mischief somewhere, and I advise you to watch," said John Junior, when he learned from Anna the result of the interview. But week after week glided by. Mrs. Livingstone's persecutions ceased, and she sometimes herself handed to Anna Malcolm's letters, which came regularly, and when about the 1st of March Captain Atherton himself went off to Washington, Anna gave her fears to the wind, and all the day long went singing about the house, unmindful of the snare laid for her unsuspecting footsteps. At length Malcolm's letters suddenly ceased, and though Anna wrote again and again, there came no answer. Old Caesar, who always carried and brought the mail for Maple Grove, was questioned, but he declared he "done got none from Mas'r Everett," and suspicion in that quarter was lulled. Unfortunately for Anna, both her father and John Junior were now away, and she had no counselor save Lena, who once, on her own responsibility, wrote to Malcolm, but with a like success, and Anna's heart grew weary with hope deferred. Smilingly Mrs. Livingstone looked on, one moment laughing at Anna for what she termed love sickness, and the next advising her to be a woman, and marry Captain Atherton. He was not very old, only 43, and it was better to be an old man's darling than a young man's slave. Thus the days wore on, until one evening, just as the family were sitting down to tea, they were surprised by a call from the captain, who had returned that afternoon, and who, with the freedom of an old friend, unceremoniously entered the supper room, appropriating to himself the extra plate which Mrs. Livingstone always had upon the table. Simultaneously with him came Caesar, who, having been to the post office, had just returned, bringing besides other things a paper for Carry, from her old admirer Tom Lakin, who lived in Rockford, at which place the paper was printed. Several times had Tom remembered Carry in this way, and now, carelessly glancing at the first page, she threw it upon the floor, whence it was taken by Anna, who examined it more minutely, glancing, as a matter of course, to the marriage notices. Meantime the captain, who was sitting by Lena, casually remarked, "Oh, I forgot to tell you that I saw Mr. Everett in Washington." "Mr. Everett? Malcolm Everett?" said Lena quickly. "Yes, Malcolm Everett," answered the captain. "He is there spending the honeymoon with his bride." Lena's exclamation of astonishment was prevented by a shriek from Anna, who had that moment read the announcement of Mr. Everett's marriage, which was the first in the list. It was Malcolm H. Everett, there could be no mistake, and when Lena reached her cousin's side she found that she had fainted. All was now in confusion, in the midst of which the captain took his leave, having first managed to speak a few words in private with Mrs. Livingstone. "Fortune favors us," was her reply, as she went back to her daughter, whose long, death-like swoon almost wrung from her the secret. But Anna revived, and with the first indication of returning consciousness the cold, hard woman stifled all her better feelings, and then tried to think she was acting only for the good of her child. For a long time Anna appeared to be in a kind of benumbed torpor, requesting to be left alone, and shuddering if Mr. Everett's name were mentioned in her presence. It was in vain that Lena strove to comfort her, telling her there might be some mistake. Anna refused to listen, angrily bidding Lena desist, and saying frequently that she cared but little what became of herself now. A species of recklessness seemed to have taken possession of her, and when her mother one day carelessly remarked that possibly Captain Atherton would claim the fulfillment of her promise, she answered in the cold, indifferent tone which now marked her manner of speaking, "Let him. I am ready and willing for the sacrifice." "Are you in earnest?" asked Mrs. Livingstone eagerly. "In earnest? Yes. Try me and see," was Anna's brief answer, which somewhat puzzled her mother, who would in reality have preferred opposition to this unnatural passiveness. But anything to gain her purpose, she thought, and drawing Anna closely to her side, she very gently and affectionately told her how happy it would make her could she see her the wife of Captain Atherton, who had loved and waited for her so long, and who would leave no wish, however slight, ungratified. And Anna, with no shadow of emotion on her calm, white face, consented to all that her mother asked, and when next the captain came, she laid her feverish hand in his, and with a strange, wild light beaming from her dark blue eyes, promised to share his fortunes as his wife. "'Twill be winter and spring," said she, with a bitter, mocking laugh. "'Twill be winter and spring, but it matters not." Many years before, when a boy of 18, Captain Atherton had loved, or fancied he loved, a young girl, whose very name afterward became hateful to him, and now, as he thought of Anna's affection for Malcolm, he likened it to his own boyish fancy, believing she would soon get over it, and thank him for what he had done. That night Anna saw the moon and stars go down, bending far out from her window, that the damp air might cool her burning brow, and when the morning sun came up the eastern horizon, its first beams fell on the golden curls which streamed across the window sill, her only pillow, the livelong night. On Lena's mind a terrible conviction was fastening itself. Anna was crazed. She saw it in the wildness of her eye, in the tones of her voice, and more than all, in the readiness with which she yielded herself to her mother's schemes. "But it shall not be," she thought. "I will save her," and then she knelt before her aunt, imploring her to spare her daughter, not to sacrifice her on the altar of Mammon. But Mrs. Livingstone turned angrily away, telling her to mind her own affairs. Then Lena sought her cousin, and winding her arms around her neck, besought of her to resist, to burst the chain which bound her, and be free. But with a shake of her head Anna bade her go away. "Leave me, Lena Rivers," she said. "Leave me to work out my destiny. It is decreed that I shall be his wife, and I may not struggle against it. Each night I read it in the stars, and the wind, as it sighs through the maple trees, whispers it to my ear." Oh, if my aunt could see her now, thought Lena, but as if her mother's presence had a paralyzing power, Anna, when with her, was quiet, gentle, and silent, and if Mrs. Livingstone sometimes missed her merry laugh and playful ways, she thought the air of dignity which seemed to have taken their place quite an improvement, and far more in keeping with the bride-elect of Captain Atherton. About this time Mr. Livingstone returned, appearing greatly surprised at the phase which affairs had assumed in his absence, but when Lena whispered to him her fears he smilingly answered, "I reckon you're mistaken. Her mother would have found it out. Where is she?" In her chamber at the old place by the open window they found her, and though she did not as usual spring eagerly forward to meet her father, her greeting was wholly natural. But when Mr. Livingstone, taking her upon his knee, said gently, "They tell me you are to be married soon," the wildness came back to her eye, and Lena wondered he could not see it. But he did not, and smoothing her disordered tresses, he said, "Tell me, my daughter, does this marriage please you? Do you enter into it willingly?" For a moment there was a wavering, and Lena held her breath to catch the answer, which came at last, while the eyes shone brighter than ever. "Willing? Yes, or I should not do it. No one compels me, else I would resist." "Woman's nature," said Mr. Livingstone, laughingly, while Lena turned away to hide her tears. Day after day preparations went on, for Mrs. Livingstone would have the ceremony a grand and imposing one. In the neighborhood the fast approaching event was discussed, some pronouncing it a most fortunate thing for Anna, who could not, of course, expect to make so eligible a match as her more brilliant sister, while others, the sensible portion, wondered, pitied, and blamed, attributing the whole to the ambitious mother, whose agency in her son's marriage was now generally known. At Maple Grove closets, chairs, tables, and sofas were loaded down with finery, and like an automaton Anna stood up while they fitted to her the rich white satin, scarcely whiter than her own face, and Mrs. Livingstone, when she saw her daughter's indifference, would pinch her bloodless cheeks, wondering how she could care so little for her good fortune. Unnatural mother! From the little grave on the sunny slope, now grass grown and green, came there no warning voice to stay her in her purpose? No, she scarcely thought of Mabel now, and with unflinching determination she kept on her way. But there was one who night and day pondered in her mind the best way of saving Anna from the living death to which she would surely awake when it was too late. At last she resolved on going herself to Captain Atherton, telling him just how it was, and if there was a spark of generosity in his nature she thought he would release her cousin. But this plan required much caution, for she would not have her uncle's family know of it, and if she failed, she preferred that it should be kept a secret from the world. There was then no alternative but to go in the night, and alone. She did not now often sit with the family, and she knew they would not miss her. So one evening, when they were as usual assembled in the parlor, she stole softly from the house, and managing to pass the negro quarters unobserved, she went down to the lower stable, where she saddled the pony she was now accustomed to ride, and leading him by a circuitous path out upon the turnpike, mounted and rode away. The night was moonless, and the starlight obscured by heavy clouds, but the pale face and golden curls of Anna, for whose sake she was there alone, gleamed on her in the darkness, and Lena was not afraid. Once, twice, she thought she caught the sound of another horse's hoofs, but when she stopped to listen all was still, and again she pressed forward, while her pursuer, for Lena was followed, kept at a greater distance. Durward had been to Frankfort, and on his way home had stopped at Maple Grove to deliver a package. Stopping only a moment, he reached the turnpike just after Lena struck into it. Thinking it was a servant, he was about to pass her, when her horse sheered at something on the roadside, and involuntarily she exclaimed, "Courage, Dido! There's nothing to fear." Instantly he recognized her voice, and was about to overtake and speak to her, but thinking that her mission was a secret one, or she would not be there alone, he desisted. Still he could not leave her thus. Her safety might be endangered, and reining in his steed, and accommodating his pace to hers, he followed without her knowledge. On she went until she reached the avenue leading to Sunnyside, as Captain Atherton termed his residence, and there she stopped, going on foot to the house, while, hidden by the deep darkness, Durward waited and watched. Half timidly, Lena rang the doorbell, dropping her veil over her face that she might not be recognized. "I want to see your master," she said to the woman who answered her ring, and who in some astonishment replied, "Bless you, miss, Master Atherton done gone to Lexington, and won't be home till to-morry." "Gone?" repeated Lena in a disappointed tone. "Oh, I'm so sorry." "Is you the new miss what's comin' here to live?" asked the negro, who was Captain Atherton's housekeeper. Instantly the awkwardness of her position flashed upon Lena, but resolving to put a bold face on the matter, she removed her veil, saying playfully, "You know me now, Aunt Martha." In course I do," answered the negro, holding up both hands in amazement. "But what sent you here this dark, unearthly night?" "Business with your master," and then, suddenly remembering that among her own race Aunt Martha was accounted an intolerable gossip, she began to wish she had not come. But it could not now be helped, and turning away she walked slowly down the avenue, wondering what the result would be. Again they were in motion, she and Durward, who followed until he saw her safe home, and then, glad that no one else had seen her but himself, he retraced his steps, pondering on the mystery which he could not fathom. After Lena left Sunnyside a misty rain came on, and by the time she reached her home, her long riding dress was wet and drizzled, the feathers on her cap were drooping, and to crown all, as she was crossing the hall with stealthy step, she came suddenly upon her aunt, who, surprised at her appearance, demanded of her where she had been. But Lena refused to tell, and in quite a passion Mrs. Livingstone laid the case before her husband. "Lena had been off that dark rainy night, riding somewhere with somebody, she wouldn't tell who, but she, Mrs. Livingstone, most knew it was Durward, and something must be done." Accordingly, next day, when they chanced to be alone, Mr. Livingstone took the opportunity of questioning Lena, who dared not disobey him, and with many tears she confessed the whole, saying that, if it were wrong, she was very sorry. "You acted foolishly, to say the least of it," answered her uncle, adding dryly, that he thought she troubled herself altogether too much about Anna, who seemed happy and contented. Still he was ill at ease. Lena's fears disturbed him, and for many days he watched his daughter narrowly, admitting to himself that there was something strange about her. But possibly all engaged girls acted so; his wife said they did; and hating anything like a scene, he concluded to let matters take their course, half hoping and half believing too that something would occur to prevent the marriage. What it would be, or by what agency it would be brought about, he didn't know, but he resolved to let Lena alone, and when his wife insisted upon his "lecturing her soundly for meddling," he refused, venturing even to say that she hadn't meddled. Meantime a new idea had entered Lena's mind. She would write to Mr. Everett. There might yet be some mistake. She had read of such things in stories, and it could do no harm. Gradually, as she wrote, hope grew strong within her, and it became impressed upon her that there had been some deep-laid fiendish plot. If so, she dared not trust her letter with old Caesar, who might be bribed by his mistress. And how to convey it to the office was now the grand difficulty. As if fortune favored her plan, Durward that very afternoon called at Maple Grove, being, as he said, on his way to Frankfort. Lena would have died rather than ask a favor of him for herself, but to save Anna she could do almost anything. Hastily securing the letter, and throwing on her sunbonnet, she sauntered down the lawn and out upon the turnpike, where by the gate she awaited his coming. "Lena, excuse me, Miss Rivers, is it you?" asked Durward, touching his hat, as in evident confusion she came forward, asking if she could trust him. "Trust me? Yes, with anything," answered Durward, quickly dismounting, and forgetting everything save the bright, beautiful face which looked up to him so eagerly. "Then," answered Lena, "take this letter and see it deposited safely, will you?" Glancing at the superscription, Durward felt his face crimson, while he instantly remembered what Mrs. Livingstone had once said concerning Lena's attachment to Mr. Everett. "Sometime, perhaps, I will explain," said Lena, observing the expression of his countenance, and then adding with some bitterness, "I assure you there is no harm in it." "Of course not," answered Durward, again mounting his horse, and riding away more puzzled than ever, while Lena returned to the house, which everywhere gave tokens of the approaching nuptials. Already had several costly bridal gifts arrived, and among them was a box from the captain, containing a set of diamonds which Mrs. Livingstone placed in her daughter's waving hair, bidding her mark their effect. But not a muscle of Anna's face changed. Nothing moved her, and with the utmost indifference she gazed on the preparations around her. A stranger would have said Lena was the bride, for with flushed cheeks and nervously anxious manner she watched each sun as it rose and set, wondering what the result would be. Once, when asked whom she would have for her bridesmaid and groomsmen, Anna had answered, "Nellie and John," but that could not be, for the latter had imposed upon himself the penance of waiting a whole year ere he spoke to Nellie of that which lay nearest his heart, and in order the better to keep his vow, he had gone from home, first winning from her the promise that she would not become engaged until his return. And now, when he learned of his sister's request, he refused to come, saying, if she would make such a consummate fool of herself he did not wish to see her. So Carey and Durward were substituted, and as this arrangement brought the latter occasionally to the house, Lena had opportunities of asking him if there had yet come any answer to her letter; and much oftener than he would otherwise have done, Durward went down to Frankfort, for he felt that it was no unimportant matter which thus deeply interested Lena. At last, the day before the bridal came, Durward had gone to the city, and in a state of great excitement Lena awaited his return, watching with a trembling heart as the sun went down behind the western hills. Slowly the hours dragged on, and many a time she stole out in the deep darkness to listen, but there was nothing to be heard save the distant cry of the night owl, and she was about retracing her steps for the 5th time, when from behind a clump of rose bushes started a little dusky form, which whispered softly, "Is you Miss Leenie?" Repressing the scream which came near escaping her lips, Lena answered, "Yes, what do you want?" while at the same moment she recognized a little hunchback belonging to General Fontaine. "Master Everett told me to fetch you this and wait for the answer," said the boy, passing her a tiny note. "Master Everett? Is he here?" she exclaimed, catching the note and re-entering the house, where by the light of the hall lamp she read what he had written. It was very short, but it told all: how he had written again and again, receiving no answer, and was about coming himself when a severe illness prevented. The marriage, he said, was that of his uncle, for whom he was named, and who had in truth gone on to Washington, the home of his second wife. It closed by asking her to meet him with Anna on one of the arbor bridges at midnight. Hastily tearing a blank leaf from a book which chanced to be lying in the hall, Lena wrote, "We will be there," and giving it to the negro, bade him hasten back. There was no longer need to wait for Durward, who, if he got no letter, was not to call, and trembling in every nerve, Lena sought her chamber, there to consider what she was next to do. For some time past, Carey had occupied a separate room from Anna, who she said disturbed her with her late hours and restless turnings, so Lena's part seemed comparatively easy. Waiting until the house was still, she entered Anna's room, finding her as she had expected, at her old place by the open window, her head resting upon the sill, and when she approached nearer she saw that she was asleep. "Let her sleep yet awhile," said she. "It will do her good." In the room adjoining lay the bridal dress, and Lena's first impulse was to trample it under her feet, but passing it with a shudder she hastily collected whatever she thought Anna would most need. These she placed in a small sized trunk, and then knowing it was time, she approached her cousin, who seemed to be dreaming, for she murmured the name of Malcolm. "He is here, love. He has come to save you," she whispered, while Anna, only partially aroused, gazed at her so vacantly that Lena's heart stood still with fear lest the poor girl's reason were wholly gone. "Anna, Anna," she said, "awake! Malcolm is here, in the garden, where you must meet him. Come." "Malcolm is married," said Anna in a whisper. "Married. And my bridal dress is in there, all looped with flowers. Would you like to see it?" "Our Father in heaven, help me!" cried Lena, clasping her hands in anguish, while her tears fell like rain on Anna's upturned face. This seemed to arouse her, for in a natural tone she asked why Lena wept. Again and again Lena repeated to her that Malcolm had come, that he was not married, that he had come for her. And as Anna listened, the torpor slowly passed away. The wild light in her eyes grew less bright, for it was quenched by the first tears she had shed since the shadow fell upon her. And when Lena produced the note, and she saw it was indeed true, the ice about her heart was melted, and in choking, long drawn sobs, her pent-up feelings gave way, as she saw the gulf whose verge she had been treading. Crouching at Lena's feet, she kissed the very hem of her garments, blessing her as her preserver, and praying heaven to bless her also. It was the work of a few moments to array her in her traveling dress, and then, very cautiously, Lena led her down the stairs, and out into the open air. "If I could see father once," said Anna, but such an act involved too much danger, and with one lingering, tearful look at her old home, she moved away, supported by Lena, who rather dragged than led her over the gravelled walk. As they approached the arbor bridge they saw the glimmering light of a lantern, for the night was intensely dark, and in a moment Anna was clasped in the arms which henceforth were to shelter her from the storms of life. Helpless as an infant she lay, while Lena, motioning the negro who was in attendance to follow her, returned to the house for the trunk, which was soon safely deposited in the carriage at the gate. "Words cannot express what I owe you," said Malcolm when he gave her his hand at parting. "But of this be assured, so long as I live you have in me a friend and brother." Turning back for a moment, he added, "This flight is, I know, unnecessary, for I could prevent tomorrow's expected event in other ways than this, but revenge is sweet, and I trust I am excusable for taking it in my own way." Anna could not speak, but the look of deep gratitude which beamed from her eyes was far more eloquent than words. Upon the broad piazza Lena stood until the last faint sound of the carriage wheels died away. Then, weary and worn, she sought her room, locking Anna's door as she passed it, and placing the key in her pocket. Softly she crept to bed by the side of her slumbering grandmother, and with a fervent prayer for the safety of the fugitives, fell asleep. End of chapter 29. Chapters 30 and 31 of Lena Rivers by Mary Jane Holmes. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 30. The result. The loud ringing of the breakfast bell aroused Lena from her heavy slumber, and with a vague consciousness of what had transpired the night previous, she at first turned wearily upon her pillow, wishing it were not morning; but soon remembering all, she sprang up, and after a hasty toilet, descended to the breakfast room, where another chair was vacant, another face was missing. Without any suspicion of the truth, Mrs. Livingstone spoke of Anna's absence, saying she presumed the poor girl was tired and sleepy, and this was admitted as an excuse for her tardiness. But when breakfast was over, and she still did not appear, Corinda was sent to call her, returning soon with the information that "she'd knocked and knocked, but Miss Anna would not answer, and when she tried the door she found it locked." Involuntarily Mr. Livingstone glanced at Lena, whose face wore a scarlet hue as she hastily quitted the table. With a presentiment of something, he himself started for Anna's room, followed by his wife and Carrie, while Lena, halfway up the stairs, listened breathlessly for the result. It was useless knocking for admittance, for there was no one within to bid them enter, and with a powerful effort Mr. Livingstone burst the lock. The window was open, the lamp was still burning, emitting a faint sickly odor. The bed was undisturbed, the room in confusion, and Anna was gone. Mrs. Livingstone's eye took in all this at a glance, but her husband saw only the latter, and ere he was aware of what he did, a fervent "Thank Heaven!" escaped him. "She's gone! Run away! Dead, maybe!" exclaimed Mrs. Livingstone, wringing her hands in unfeigned distress, and instinctively drawing nearer to her husband for comfort. By this time Lena had ventured into the room, and turning toward her, Mr. Livingstone said, very gently, "Lena, where is our child?" "In Ohio, I dare say, by this time, as she took the night train at Midway for Cincinnati," said Lena, thinking she might as well tell the whole at once. "In Ohio!" shrieked Mrs. Livingstone, fiercely grasping Lena's arm. "What has she gone to Ohio for? Speak, ingrate, for you have done the deed, I am sure of that." "It was Mr. Everett's wish to return home that way, I believe," coolly answered Lena, without quailing in the least from the eyes bent so angrily upon her. Instantly Mrs. Livingstone's fingers loosened their grasp, while her face grew livid with mingled passion and fear. Her fraud was discovered; her stratagem had failed; and she was foiled in this, her second darling scheme. But she was yet to learn what agency Lena had in the matter, and this information her husband obtained for her. There was no anger in the tones of his voice when he asked his niece to explain the mystery, else she might not have answered, for Lena could not be driven. Now, however, she felt that he had a right to know, and she told him all she knew: what she had done herself, and why she had done it; that General Fontaine, to whom Malcolm had gone in his trouble, had kindly assisted him by lending both servants and carriage; but upon the intercepted letter she could throw no light. "'Twas a cursed act, and whoever was guilty of it is unworthy the name of either man or woman," said Mr. Livingstone, while his eye rested sternly upon his wife. She knew that he suspected her, but he had no proof, and resolving to make the best of the matter, she too united with him in denouncing the deed, wondering who could have done it, and meanly suggesting Maria Fontaine, a pupil of Mr. Everett's, who had, at one time, felt a slight preference for him. But this did not deceive her husband, neither did it help her at all in the present emergency. The bride was gone, and already she felt the tide of scandal and gossip which she knew would be the theme of the entire neighborhood. Still, if her own shameful act was kept a secret, she could bear it, and it must be. No one knew of it except Captain Atherton and Caesar, the former of whom would keep his own counsel, while fear of a passport down the river the negroes dread would prevent the latter from telling. Accordingly, her chagrin was concealed, and affecting to treat the whole matter as a capital joke, worthy of being immortalized in romance, she returned to her room, and hastily writing a few lines, rang the bell for Caesar, who soon appeared, declaring that "as true as he lived and breathed and drew the breath of life, he done gin miss every single letter afore handin' 'em to anybody else." "Shut your mouth, and mind you keep it shut, or you'll find yourself in New Orleans," was Mrs. Livingstone's very ladylike response as she handed him the note, bidding him to take it to Captain Atherton. For some reason or other the captain this morning was exceedingly restless, walking from room to room, watching the clock, then the sun, and finally, in order to pass the time away, trying on his wedding suit to see how he was going to look. Perfectly satisfied with his appearance, he was in imagination going through the ceremony, and had just inclined his head in token that he would take Anna for his wife, when Mrs. Livingstone's note was handed him. At first he could hardly believe the evidence of his own eyes. Anna gone? Run away with Mr. Everett? It could not be, and sinking into a chair he felt, as he afterwards expressed it, "mighty queer and shaky." But Mrs. Livingstone had advised him to put a bold face on it, and this, upon second thought, he determined to do. Hastily changing his dress, now useless, he mounted his steed, and was soon on his way toward Maple Grove, a new idea dawning upon his mind, and ere his arrival settling itself into a fixed purpose. From Aunt Martha he had learned of Lena's strange visit, and he now remembered the many times she had tried to withdraw him from Anna, appropriating him to herself for hours. The captain's vanity was wonderful. Sunnyside needed a mistress. He needed a wife. Lena was poor. Perhaps she liked him, and if so, there might be a wedding after all. She was beautiful, and would sustain the honors of his house with a better grace, he verily believed, than Anna. Full of these thoughts, he reached Maple Grove, where he found Durward, to whom Mrs. Livingstone had detailed the whole circumstance, dwelling long upon Lena's meddling propensities, and charging the whole affair upon her. "But she knew what she was about. She had an object in view, undoubtedly," she added, glad of an opportunity to give vent to her feelings against Lena. "Pray, what was her object?" asked Durward, and Mrs. Livingstone replied, "I told you once that Lena was ambitious, and I have every reason to believe she would willingly marry Captain Atherton, notwithstanding he is so much older." She forgot that there was the same disparity between the captain and Anna as between him and Lena, but Durward did not, and with a derisive smile he listened, while she proceeded to give her reasons for thinking that a desire to supplant Anna was the sole object which Lena had in view, for what else could have prompted that midnight ride to Sunnyside? Again Durward smiled, but before he could answer the bridegroom-elect stood before them, looking rather crestfallen, but evidently making a great effort to appear as usual. "And so the bird has flown," said he. "Well, it takes a Yankee after all to manage a case, but how did he find out?" Briefly Mrs. Livingstone explained to him Lena's agency in the matter, omitting this time to impute to her the same motive which she had done when stating the case to Durward. "So Lena is at the bottom of it," said he, rubbing his little fat red hands. "Well, well, where is she? I'd like to see her." "Corinda, tell Lena she is wanted in the parlor," said Mrs. Livingstone, while Durward, not wishing to witness the interview, arose to go, but Mrs. Livingstone urged him so hard to stay, that he at last resumed his seat on the sofa by the side of Carey. "Captain Atherton wishes to question you concerning the part you have taken in this elopement," said Mrs. Livingstone sternly, as Lena appeared in the doorway. "No, I don't," said the captain, gallantly offering Lena a chair. "My business with Miss Rivers concerns herself." "I am here, sir, to answer any proper question," said Lena proudly, at the same time declining the proffered seat. "There's an air worthy of a queen," thought the captain, and determining to make his business known at once, he arose, and turning toward Mrs. Livingstone, Durward, and Carey, whom he considered his audience, he commenced. "What I am about to say may seem strange, but the fact is, I want a wife. I've lived alone long enough. I waited for Anna 18 years, and now she's gone. Everything is in readiness for the bridal. The guests are invited. Nothing wanting but the bride. Now if I could find a substitute—" "Not in me," muttered Carey, drawing nearer to Durward, while with a sarcastic leer the captain continued. Don't refuse before you are asked, Miss Livingstone. I do not aspire to the honor of your hand, but I do ask Miss Rivers to be my wife, here before you all. She shall live like a princess, she and her grandmother both. Come, what do you say? Many a poor girl would jump at the chance." The rich blood which usually dyed Lena's cheek was gone, and, pale as the marble mantel against which she leaned, she answered proudly: "I would sooner die than link my destiny with one who could so basely deceive my cousin, making her believe it was her betrothed husband whom he saw in Washington instead of his uncle. Marry you? Never, if I beg my bread from door to door." "Noble girl!" came involuntarily from the lips of Durward, who had held his breath for her answer, and who now glanced triumphantly at Mrs. Livingstone, whose surmises were thus proved incorrect. The captain's self-pride was touched that a poor humble girl should refuse him with his $500,000. A sense of the ridiculous position in which he was placed maddened him, and in a violent rage he replied: "You won't, eh? What under heavens have you hung around me so for, sticking yourself in between me and Anna when you knew you were not wanted?" "I did it, sir, at Anna's request, to relieve her, and for nothing else." "And was it at her request that you went alone to Sunnyside on that dark rainy night?" chimed in Mrs. Livingstone. "No, madam," said Lena, turning toward her aunt. "I had in vain implored of you to save her from a marriage every way irksome to her, when in her right mind, but you would not listen, and I resolved to appeal to the captain's better nature. In this I failed, and then I wrote to Mr. Everett, with the result which you see." In her first excitement Mrs. Livingstone had forgotten to ask who was the bearer of Lena's letter, but remembering it now, she put the question. Lena would not implicate Durward without his permission, but while she hesitated he answered for her. "I carried that letter, Mrs. Livingstone, though I did not then know its nature. Still, if I had, I should have done the same, and the event has proved that I was right in so doing." "Ah, indeed," said the captain, growing more and more nettled and disagreeable. "Ah, indeed, Mr. Belmont leagued with Miss Rivers against me. Perhaps she would not so bluntly refuse an offer coming from you, but I can tell you it won't sound very well that the Honorable Mrs. Belmont once rode 4 miles alone in the night to visit a bachelor. Ha, ha, Miss Lena! Better have submitted to my terms at once, for don't you see I have you in my power? And if you ever use that power to her disadvantage, you answer for it to me. Do you understand?" exclaimed Durward, starting up and confronting Captain Atherton, who, the veriest coward in the world, shrank from the flashing of Durward's eye, and meekly answered: "Yes, yes, I won't. I don't want to fight. I like Lena. I don't blame Anna for running away if she didn't want me, but it's left me in a deuced mean scrape, which I wish you'd help me out of." Durward saw that the captain was in earnest, and taking his proffered hand, promised to render him any assistance in his power, and advising him to be present himself in the evening, as the first meeting with his acquaintances would thus be over. Upon reflection the captain concluded to follow his advice, and when evening arrived, and with it those who had not heard the news, he was in attendance, together with Durward, who managed the whole affair so skillfully that the party passed off quite pleasantly, the disappointed guests playfully condoling with the deserted bridegroom, who received their jokes with a good grace, wishing himself meantime anywhere but there. That night, when the company were gone and all around was silent, Mrs. Livingstone watered her pillow with the first tears she had shed for her youngest born, whom she well knew she had driven from the house, and when her husband asked what they should do, she answered with a fresh burst of tears: "Send for Anna to come back." "And Malcolm too?" queried Mr. Livingstone, knowing it was useless to send for one without the other. "Yes, Malcolm too. There's room for both," said the weeping mother, feeling how every hour she should miss the little girl, whose presence had in it so much of sunlight and joy. But Anna would not return. Away to the northward, in a fairy cottage overhung with the wreathing honeysuckle and the twining grapevine, where the first summer flowers were blooming, and the songbirds were carolling all the day long, her home was henceforth to be, and though the letter which contained her answer to her father's earnest appeal was stained and blotted, it told of perfect happiness with Malcolm, who kissed away her tears as she wrote: "Tell mother I cannot come." 31. More clouds. Since the morning when Durward had so boldly avowed himself Lena's champion, her health and spirits began to improve. That she was not wholly indifferent to him she had every reason to believe, and notwithstanding the strong barrier between them, hope sometimes whispered to her of a future, when all that was now so dark and mysterious should be made plain. But while she was thus securely dreaming, a cloud, darker and deeper than any which had yet overshadowed her, was gathering around her pathway. Gradually had the story of her ride to Captain Atherton's gained circulation, magnifying itself as it went, until at last it was currently reported that at several different times had she been seen riding away from Sunnyside at unreasonable hours of the night, the time varying from 9 in the evening to 3 in the morning, according to the exaggerating powers of the informer. But few believed it, and yet such is human nature that each and every one repeated it to his or her neighbor, until at last it reached Mrs. Graham, who, forgetting the caution of her son, said, with a very wise look, that she was not at all surprised, she had from the first suspected Lena, and she had the best of reasons for so doing. Of course Mrs. Graham's friend was exceedingly anxious to know what she meant, and by dint of quizzing, questioning, and promising never to tell, she at last drew out just enough of the story to know that Mr. Graham had a daguerreotype which looked just like Lena, and that Mrs. Graham had no doubt whatever that she was in the habit of writing to him. This was of course repeated, notwithstanding the promise of secrecy, and then many of the neighbors suddenly remembered some little circumstance, trivial in itself, but all going to swell the amount of evidence against poor Lena, who, unconscious of the gathering storm, did not for a time observe the sidelong glances cast toward her whenever she appeared in public. Ere long, however, the cool nods and distant manners of her acquaintances began to attract her attention, causing her to wonder what it meant. But there was no one of whom she would ask an explanation. John Junior was gone, Anna was gone, and to crown all, Durward too left the neighborhood, just as the first breath of scandal was beginning to set the waves of gossip in motion. In his absence Mrs. Graham felt no restraint whatever, and all that she knew, together with many things that she didn't know, she told, until it became a matter of serious debate whether Lena ought not to be "cut" entirely. Mrs. Graham and her clique decided in the affirmative, and when Mrs. Fontaine, who was a weak woman wholly governed by public opinion, gave a small party for her daughter Maria, Lena was purposely omitted. Hitherto she had been greatly petted and admired by both Maria and her mother, and she felt the slight sensibly, the more so as Carrie darkly hinted that girls who could not behave themselves must not expect to associate with respectable people. "Leenie not invited?" said Mrs. Nichols, espousing the cause of her granddaughter. "What's to pay, I wonder? Miss Fontaine and the General, too, Alice appeared to think a sight on her." "I presume the General does now," answered Mrs. Livingstone. "But it's natural that Mrs. Fontaine should feel particular about the reputation of her daughter's associates." "And ain't Leenie's reputation as good as the best on 'em?" asked Mrs. Nichols, her shriveled cheeks glowing with insulted pride. "It's the general opinion that it might be improved," was Mrs. Livingstone's haughty answer, as she left her mother-in-law to her own reflections. "It'll kill her stone dead," thought Mrs. Nichols, revolving in her own mind the propriety of telling Lena what her aunt had said. "It'll kill her stone dead, and I can't tell her. Maybe it'll blow over pretty soon." That afternoon several ladies who were in the habit of calling upon Lena came to Maple Grove, but not one asked for her, and with her eyes and ears now sharpened, she fancied that once, as she was passing the parlor door, she heard her own name coupled with that of Mr. Graham. A startling light burst upon her, and staggering to her room she threw herself, half fainting, upon the bed, where an hour afterward she was found by Aunt Millie. The old negress had also heard the story in its most aggravated form, and readily divining the cause of Lena's grief attempted to console her, telling her, "Not to mind what the good-for-nothing critters said. They war only mad 'cause she's so much handsomer and trimmer built." "You know, then," said Lena, lifting her head from the pillow. "You know what it is. So tell me, for I shall die if I remain longer in suspense." "Lor' bless the child!" exclaimed old Millie. "To think she's the very last one to know, when it's been common talk more than a month." "What's been common talk? What is it?" demanded Lena, and old Millie, seating herself upon a trunk, commenced. "Why, honey, hain't you hearn how you done got Mr. Graham's picture, and gin him your'n long of one of them curls? How he's writ, and you've writ, and how he's gone off to the ends of the hairth to get rid on you? And how you try to cotch young Masser Durward, who hate the sight on you. How you waylay him one day, settin' on a rock out by the big gate, and how you been seen mighty nigh 50 times comin' home afoot from Captain Atherton's in the night, rain and thunder and lightnin' hard as it could pour. How after you done got Miss Anna to 'lope, you ask Captain Atherton to have you, and get mad as fury, 'cause he fuses. And how your mother warn't none too likely, and a heap more that I can't remember. Hain't you heard of none on it?" "None, none," answered Lena, while Milly continued, "It's a sin and shame for quality folks that belong to the meetin' to pitch into a poor fenceless girl and pick her all to pieces. Reckon they done forgot what our heavenly marster told 'em when he lived here in old Kentuck, how they must dig the truck out of thar own eyes afore they go to meddlin' with others. But they never think of him these days, 'cept Sundays, and then as soon as meetin' is out they done git together and talk about you and Masser Graham orfully. I hearn 'em last Sunday. I and Miss Fontaine's cook silly, and if they don't quit it, thar's a heap on us goin' to leave the church." Lena smiled in spite of herself, and when Milly, who arose to leave the room, again told her not to care, as all the blacks were for her, she felt that she was not utterly alone in her wretchedness. Still, the sympathy of the colored people alone could not help her, and daily matters grew worse, until at last even Nellie Douglas's faith was shaken, and Lena's heart died within her as she saw in her signs of neglect. Never had Mr. Livingstone exchanged a word with her upon the subject, but the reserve with which he treated her plainly indicated that he too was prejudiced, while her aunt and Carrie let no opportunity pass of slighting her, the latter invariably leaving the room if she entered it. On one such occasion, in a state bordering almost on distraction, Lena flew back to her own chamber, where to her great surprise, she found her uncle in close conversation with her grandmother, whose face told the pain his words were inflicting. Lena's first impulse was to fall at his feet and implore his protection, but he prevented her by immediately leaving the room. "Oh, grandmother, grandmother," she cried, "help me, or I shall die." In her heart Mrs. Nichols believed her guilty, for John had said so; he would not lie; and to Lena's touching appeal for sympathy she replied, as she rocked to and fro, "I wish you had died, Leanie, years and years ago." 'Twas the last drop in the brimming bucket, and with the wailing cry, "God help me now! No one else can," the heart-broken girl fell fainting to the floor, while in silent agony Mrs. Nichols hung over her, shouting for help. Both Mrs. Livingstone and Carrie refused to come, but at the first call Aunt Milly hastened to the room. "Poor sheared lamb," said she, gathering back the thick clustering curls which shaded Lena's marble face. "She's innocent as the new-born baby." "Oh, if I could think so," said Grandma, but she could not, and when the soft brown eyes again unclosed and eagerly sought hers, they read distrust and doubt, and motioning her grandmother away, Lena said she would rather be alone. Many and bitter were the thoughts which crowded upon her as she lay there watching the daylight fade from the distant hills, and musing of the stern realities around her. Gradually her thoughts assumed a definite purpose. She would go away from a place where she was never wanted, and where she now no longer wished to stay. Mr. Everett had promised to be her friend, and to him she would go. At different intervals her uncle and cousin had given her money to the amount of $20, which was still in her possession, and which she knew would take her far on her road. With Lena to resolve was to do, and that night, when sure her grandmother was asleep, she arose and hurriedly made the needful preparations for her flight. Unlike most aged people, Mrs. Nichols slept soundly, and Lena had no fears of waking her. Very stealthily she moved around the room, placing in a satchel, which she could carry upon her arm, the few things she would need. Then, sitting down by the table, she wrote: "Dear Grandma, when you read this I shall be gone, for I cannot longer stay where all look upon me as a wretched, guilty thing. I am innocent, Grandma, as innocent as my angel mother when they dared to slander her, but you do not believe it, and that is the hardest of all. I could have borne the rest, but when you too doubted me it broke my heart, and now I am going away. Nobody will care, nobody will miss me but you. And now, dear, dear Grandma, it costs me more pain to write than it will you to read. Lena's last goodbye. All was at length ready, and then bending gently over the wrinkled face so calmly sleeping, Lena gazed through blinding tears upon each lineament, striving to imprint it upon her heart's memory, and wondering if they would ever meet again. The hand which had so often rested caressingly upon her young head was lying outside the counterpane, and with one burning kiss upon it she turned away, first placing the lamp by the window where its light, shining upon her from afar, would be the last thing she could see of the home she was leaving. The road to Midway, the nearest railway station, was well known to her, and without once pausing, lest her courage should fail her, she pressed forward. The distance which she had to travel was about 3½ miles, and as she did not dare trust herself in the highway, she struck into the fields, looking back as long as the glimmering light from the window could be seen, and then, when that home star had disappeared from view, silently imploring aid from Him who alone could help her now. She was in time for the cars, and though the depot agent looked curiously at her slight shrinking figure, he asked no questions, and when the train moved rapidly away, Lena looked out upon the dark, still night, and felt that she was a wanderer in the world. End of chapters 30 and 31. Chapters 32 and 33 of Lena Rivers by Mary Jane Holmes. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 33. Reaction. The light of a dark, cloudy morning shone faintly at the window of Grandma Nichol's room, and roused her from her slumber. On the pillow beside her rested no youthful head, there was no kind voice bidding her "Good morrow," no gentle hand ministering to her comfort; for Lena was gone, and on the table lay the note which had first escaped Mrs. Nichol's attention. Thinking her granddaughter had arisen early and gone before her, she attempted to make her own toilet, which was nearly completed when her eye caught the note. It was directed to her, and with a dim foreboding she took it up, reading that her child was gone. Gone from those who should have sustained her in her hour of trial, but who instead turned against her, crushing her down until in a state of desperation she had fled. It was in vain that the breakfast bell rang out its loud summons. Grandma did not heed it, and when Corinda came up to seek her, she started back in a fright at the scene before her. Mrs. Nichol's cap was not yet on, and her thin gray locks fell around her livid face as she swayed from side to side, moaning at intervals, "God forgive me that I broke her heart." The sound of the opening door aroused her, and looking up, she said, pointing toward the vacant bed, "Lenie's gone. I've killed her." Corinda waited for no more, but darting through the hall and down the stairs, she rushed into the dining room, announcing the startling news that "Old Miss had done murdered Miss Lena and hid her under the bed." "What will come next?" exclaimed Mrs. Livingstone, following her husband to his mother's room, where a moment sufficed to explain the whole. Lena was gone, and the shock had for a time unsettled the poor old lady's reason. The sight of his mother's distress aroused all the better nature of Mr. Livingstone, and tenderly soothing her, he told her that Lena should be found; he would go for her himself. Carrie, too, was touched, and with unwonted kindness she gathered up the scattered locks, and tying on the muslin cap, placed her hand for an instant on the wrinkled brow. "Keep it there. It feels soft, like Lenie's," said Mrs. Nichols, the tears gushing out at this little act of sympathy. Meantime, Mr. Livingstone, after a short consultation with his wife, hurried off to the neighbors, none of whom knew aught of the fugitive, and all of whom offered their assistance in searching. Never once did it occur to Mr. Livingstone that she might have taken the cars, for that, he knew, would need money, and he supposed she had none in her possession. By a strange coincidence, too, the depot agent who sold her the ticket left the very next morning for Indiana, where he had been intending to go for some time, and where he remained for more than a week, thus preventing the information which he could otherwise have given concerning her flight. Consequently, Mr. Livingstone returned each night, weary and disheartened, to his home, where all the day long his mother moaned and wept, asking for her Lena. At last, as day after day went by and brought no tidings of the wanderer, she ceased to ask for her, but whenever a stranger came to the house she would whisper softly to them, "Lenie's dead. I killed her. Did you know it?" at the same time passing to them the crumpled note, which she ever held in her hand. Lena was a general favorite in the neighborhood which had so recently denounced her, and when it became known that she was gone there came a reaction, and those who had been the most bitter against her now changed their opinion, wondering how they could ever have thought her guilty. The stories concerning her visits to Captain Atherton's were traced back to their source, resulting in exonerating her from all blame, while many things, hitherto kept secret, concerning Anna's engagement were brought to light, and Lena was universally commended for her efforts to save her cousin from a marriage so wholly unnatural. Severely was the captain censured for the part he had taken in deceiving Anna, a part which he frankly confessed, while he openly espoused the cause of the fugitive. Mrs. Livingstone, on the contrary, was not generous enough to make a like confession. Public suspicion pointed to her as the interceptor of Anna's letters, and though she did not deny it, she wondered what that had to do with Lena, at the same time asking how they expected to clear up the Graham affair. This was comparatively easy, for in the present state of feeling the neighborhood were willing to overlook many things which had before seemed dark and mysterious, while Mrs. Graham, for some most unaccountable reason, suddenly retracted almost everything she had said, acknowledging that she was too hasty in her conclusions, and evincing for the missing girl a degree of interest perfectly surprising to Mrs. Livingstone, who looked on in utter astonishment, wondering what the end would be. About this time Durward returned, greatly pained at the existing state of things. In Frankfort, where Lena's flight was a topic of discussion, he had met with the depot agent, who was on his way home, and who spoke of the young girl whose rather singular manner had attracted his attention. This was undoubtedly Lena, and after a few moments' conversation with his mother, Durward announced his intention of going after her, at least as far as Rockford, where he fancied she might have gone. To his surprise, his mother made no objection, but her manner seemed so strange that he at last asked what was the matter. "Nothing in particular," said she, "only I've been thinking it all over lately, and I've come to the conclusion that perhaps Lena is innocent after all." Oh, how eagerly Durward caught at her words, interrupting her almost before she had finished speaking with, "Do you know anything? Have you heard anything?" She had heard, she did know. But ere she could reply, the violent ringing of the doorbell and the arrival of visitors prevented her answer. In a perfect fever of excitement, Durward glanced at his watch. If he waited long, he would be too late for the cars, and with a hasty adieu he left the parlor, turning back ere he reached the outer door, and telling his mother he must speak with her alone. If Mrs. Graham had at first intended to divulge what she knew, the impulse was now gone, and to her son's urgent request that she should disclose what she knew, she replied, "It isn't much, only your father has another daguerreotype, the counterpart of the first one. He procured it in Cincinnati, and Lena, I know, was not there." "Is that all?" asked Durward in a disappointed tone. "Why, no, not exactly. I have examined both pictures closely, and I do not think they resemble Lena as much as we had first supposed. Possibly it might have been someone else, her mother maybe," and Mrs. Graham looked earnestly at her son, who rather impatiently answered, "Her mother died years ago." At the same time he walked away, pondering upon what he had heard, and hoping, half believing, that Lena would yet be exonerated from all blame. For a moment Mrs. Graham gazed after him, regretting that she had not told him all, but thinking there was time enough yet, and remembering that her husband had said she might wait until his return if she chose, she went back to the parlor, while Durward kept on his way. 33. The Wanderer. Fiercely the noontide blaze of a scorching July sun was falling upon the huge walls of the Laurel Hill Sun, where a group of idlers were lounging on the long narrow piazza, some niching into still more grotesque carving the rude unpainted railing, while others, half reclining on one elbow, shaded their eyes with their old slouched hats, as they gazed wistfully toward the long hill, eager to catch the first sight of the daily stage, which was momentarily expected. "Jerry is late to-day, but it's so plaguey hot he's favorin' his hosses, I guess," said the rosy-faced landlord, with that peculiar intonation which stamped him at once a genuine Yankee. "A watched pot never biles," muttered one of the loungers, who regularly for 15 years had been at his post, waiting for the stage, which during all that time had brought him neither letter, message, friend, nor foe. But force of habit is everything, and after the very wise saying recorded above, he resumed his whittling, never again looking up until the loud blast of the driver's horn was heard on the distant hilltop, where the 4 weary, jaded horses were now visible. It was the driver's usual custom to blow his horn from the moment he appeared on the hill, until, with a grand flourish, he reined his panting steeds before the door of the inn. But this time there was one sharp, shrill sound, and then all was still, the omission eliciting several remarks not very complimentary to the weather, which was probably the cause of Jerry's unwonted silence. Very slowly the vehicle came on, the horses never leaving a walk, and the idler of 15 years standing, who for a time had suspended his whittling, wondered what was to pay. A nearer approach revealed 3 or 4 male passengers, all occupied with a young lady who, on the back seat, was carefully supported by one of her companions. "A sick gal, I guess. Wonder if the disease is catchin'," said the whittler, standing back several paces and looking over the heads of the others, who crowded forward as the stage came up. The loud greeting of the noisy group was answered by Jerry with a low "shh, shh," as he pointed significantly at the slight form which 2 of the gentlemen were lifting from the coach, asking at the same time if there were a physician near. "What's the matter on her? Hain't got the cholera, has she?" said the landlord, who, having halloed to his wife to fetch up her victuals, now appeared on the piazza ready to welcome his guests. At the first mention of cholera, the 15 years man vamoosed, retreating across the road and seating himself on the fence under the shadow of the locust trees. "Who is she, Jerry?" asked the younger of the set, gazing curiously upon the white, beautiful face of the stranger, who had been laid upon the lounge in the common sitting room. "Lord only knows," said Jerry, wiping the heavy drops of sweat from his good-humored face. "I found her at the hotel in Liveny. She came there in the cars, and said she wanted to go over to t'other railroad. She was so weak that I had to lift her into the stage as I would a baby, and she ain't much heavier. You orter seen how sweet she smiled when she thanked me, and asked me not to drive very fast, it made her head ache so. Zounds, I wouldn't have trotted the horses if I'd never got here. Just after we started she fainted, and she's been kinder talkin' strange like ever since. Some of the gentlemen thought I'd better leave her back a piece at Brown's Tavern, but I wanted to fetch her here, where Aunt Betsy could nuss her up, and then I can kinder tend to her myself, you know." This last remark called forth no answering joke, for Jerry's companions all knew his kindly nature, and it was no wonder to them that his sympathies were so strongly enlisted for the fair girl thus thrown upon his protection. It was a big, noble heart over which Jerry Langley buttoned his driver's coat, and when the physician who had arrived pronounced the lady too ill to proceed any further, he called aside the fidgety landlord, whose peculiarities he well knew, and bade him "not to fret and stew, for if the gal hadn't money, Jerry Langley was good for a longer time than she would live, poor critter." And he wiped a tear away, glancing the while at the burying ground which lay just across the garden, and thinking how if she died her grave should be beneath the wide spreading oak, where often in the summer nights he sat, counting the headstones which marked the last resting place of the slumbering host, and wondering if death were, as some had said, a long eternal sleep. Aunt Betsy, of whom he had spoken, was the landlady, a little dumpy, pleasant-faced, active woman, equally in her element, bending over the steaming gridiron, or smoothing the pillows of the sick-bed, where her powers of nursing had won golden laurels from others than Jerry Langley. When the news was brought to the kitchen that among the passengers was a sick girl who was to be left, her first thought, natural to everybody, was, "What shall I do?" while the second, natural to her, was, "Take care of her, of course." Accordingly, when the dinner was upon the table, she laid aside her broad check apron, substituting in its place a half-worn silk, for Jerry had reported the invalid to be "every inch a lady." Then, smoothing her soft, silvery hair with her fat, rosy hands, she repaired to the sitting-room, where she found the driver watching his charge, from whom he kept the buzzing flies by means of his bandana, which he waved to and fro with untiring patience. "Handsome as a London doll," was her first exclamation, adding, "but I should think she'd be awful hot with them curls danglin' in her neck. If she's goin' to be sick, they'd better be cut off." If there was one thing for which Aunt Bessie Aldergrass possessed a particular passion, it was for hair-cutting, she being barber general for Laurel Hill, which numbered about 30 houses, store and church inclusive, and now when she saw the shining tresses which lay in such profusion upon the pillow, her fingers tingled to their very tips, while she involuntarily felt for her scissors. Very reverentially, as if it were almost sacrilege, Jerry's broad palm was laid protectingly upon the clustering ringlets, while he said, No, Aunt Betsy, if she dies for it, you shan't touch one of them. 'Twould spile her hair, she looks so pretty." Slowly the long, fringed lids unclosed, and the brown eyes looked up so gratefully at Jerry that he beat a precipitate retreat, muttering to himself that he never could stand the gals anyway, they made his heart thump so. "Am I very sick, and can't I go on?" asked the young lady, attempting to rise, but sinking back from extreme weakness. "Considerable sick, I guess," answered the landlady, taking from a side cupboard an immense decanter of camphor, and passing it toward the stranger. "Considerable sick, and I wouldn't wonder if you had to lay by a day or so. Will they be consarned about you to home? 'Cause if they be, my old man'll write." "I have no home," was the sad answer, to which Aunt Betsy responded in astonishment. "Hain't no home? Where does your marm live?" "Mother is dead," said the girl, her tears dropping fast upon her pillow. Instinctively the landlady drew nearer to her as she asked, "And your pa, where is he?" "I never saw him," said the girl, while her interrogator continued. "Never saw your pa, and your marm is dead? Poor child! What is your name, and where did you come from?" For a moment the stranger hesitated, and then thinking it better to tell the truth at once, she replied, "My name is Lena. I lived with my uncle a great many miles from here, but I wasn't happy. They did not want me there, and I ran away. I am going to my cousin, but I'd rather not tell where, so you will please not ask me." There was something in her manner which silenced Aunt Betsy, who ere long proposed that she should go upstairs and lie down on a nice little bed, where she would be more quiet. But Lena refused, saying she should feel better soon. "Mebbe then you'd eat a muffle or two. We've got some roasted pork, and Hetty'll warm over the gravy." But Lena's stomach rebelled at the very thought, seeing which the landlady went back to the kitchen, where she soon prepared a bowl of gruel, in spite of the discouraging remarks of her husband, who, being a little after the "old hunks" order, cautioned her "not to fuss too much, as gals that run away warn't apt to be plagued with money." Fortunately Aunt Bessie's heart covered a broader sphere, and the moment the stage was gone she closed the door to shut out the dust, dropped the green curtains, and drawing from a spare room a large stuffed chair, bade Lena to see if she couldn't set up a minute. But this was impossible, and all that long sultry afternoon she lay upon the lounge, holding her aching head, which seemed well nigh bursting with its weight of pain and thought. Was it right for her to run away? Ought she not have stayed and bravely met the worst? Suppose she were to die there alone, among the strangers, and without money, for her scanty purse was well nigh drained. These and similar reflections crowded upon her until her brain grew wild and dizzy, and when at sunset the physician came again, he was surprised to find how much her fever had increased. "She ought not to lie here," said he, as he saw how the loud shouts of the schoolboys made her shudder. "Isn't there some place where she can be more quiet?" At the head of the stairs was a small room containing a single bed and window, which last looked out upon the garden and the graveyard beyond. Its furniture was of the plainest kind, it being reserved for more common travellers, and here the landlord said Lena must be taken. His wife would far rather have given her the front chamber, which was large, airy, and light, but Uncle Tim Aldergrass said, "No," squealing out through his little peaked nose that "'twarn't an atom likely he'd ever more'n have git his pay anyway, and he warn't a-goin' to give up the hull house." "How much more will it be if she has the best chamber?" asked Jerry, pulling at Uncle Tim's coat tail and leading him aside. "How much will it be? 'Cause if 'tain't too much she shan't stay in that 8x9 pen." $1 a week, and cheap at that," muttered Uncle Tim, while Jerry, going out behind the woodhouse, counted over his funds, sighing as he found them quite too small to meet the extra $1 per week should she long continue ill. "If I hadn't a fooled so much away for tobaccer and things, I shouldn't be so plaguey poor now," thought he, forgetting the many hearts which his hard-earned gains had made glad, for no one ever appealed in vain for help from Jerry Langley, who represented one class of Yankees, while Timothy Aldergrass represented another. The next morning, just as daylight was beginning to be visible, Jerry knocked softly at Aunt Betsy's door, telling her that for more than an hour he'd heard the young lady taken on, and he guessed she was worse. Hastily throwing on her loose gown, Aunt Betsy repaired to Lena's room, where she found her sitting up in the bed, moaning, talking, and whispering, while the wild expression of her eyes betokened a disordered brain. "The Lord help us! She's crazy as a loon. Run for the doctor, quick!" exclaimed Mrs. Aldergrass, and without boot or shoe, Jerry ran off in his stocking feet, alarming the physician, who immediately hastened to the inn, pronouncing Lena's disease to be brain fever, as he had first feared. Rapidly she grew worse, talking of her home, which was sometimes in Kentucky and sometimes in Massachusetts, where she said they had buried her mother. At other times she would ask Aunt Betsy to send for Durward when she was dead, and tell him how innocent she was. "Didn't I tell you there was something wrong?" Uncle Timothy would squeak. "Nobody knows who we are harboring, nor how much 'twill damage the house." But as day after day went by, and Lena's fever raged more fiercely, even Uncle Tim relented, and when she would beg of them to take her home and bury her by the side of Mabel, where Durward could see her grave, he would sigh, "Poor crittur, I wish he was to home." But whether this wish was prompted by a sincere desire to please Lena, or from a more selfish motive, we are unable to state. One morning, the 5th of Lena's illness, she seemed much worse, talking incessantly and tossing from side to side, her long hair floating in wild disorder over her pillow or streaming down her shoulders. Hitherto, Aunt Betsy had restrained her barbaric desire, each day arranging the heavy locks and tucking them under the muslin cap where they refused to stay. Once the doctor himself had suggested the propriety of cutting them away, adding, though, that they would wait a while, as it was a pity to lose them. "Better be cut off than yanked off," said Aunt Betsy, on the morning when Lena, in her frenzy, would occasionally tear out handfuls of her shining hair and scatter it over the floor. Satisfied that she was doing right, she carefully approached the bedside, and taking one of the curls in her hand, was about to sever it, when Lena, divining her intention, sprang up, and gathering up her hair, exclaimed, "No, no, not these. Take everything else, but leave me my curls. Durward thought they were beautiful, and I cannot lose them." At the side door below, the noonday stage was unloading its passengers, and as the tones of their voices came in at the open window, Lena suddenly grew calmer, and assuming a listening attitude, whispered, "Hark! He's come. Don't you hear him?" But Aunt Betsy heard nothing, except her husband calling her to come down, and leaving Lena, who had almost instantly become quiet, to the care of a neighbor, she started for the kitchen, meeting in the lower hall with Hetty, who was showing one of the passengers to a room where he could wash and refresh himself after his dusty ride. As they passed each other, Hetty asked, "Have you clipped her curls?" "No," answered Mrs. Aldergrass. "She wouldn't let me touch 'em, for she said that Durward, whom she talked so much about, liked 'em, and they mustn't be cut off." Instantly the stranger, whose elegant appearance both Hetty and her mistress had been admiring, stopped, and turning to the latter, said, "Of whom are you speaking?" "Of a young girl that came in the stage, sick, 5 or 6 days ago," answered Mrs. Aldergrass. "What is her name, and where does she live?" continued the stranger. "She calls herself Lena, but t'other name I don't know, and I guess she lives in Kentucky or Massachusetts." The young man waited to hear no more, but mechanically followed Hetty to his room, starting and turning pale as a wild, unnatural laugh fell on his ear. "It is the young lady, sir," said Hetty, observing his agitated manner. "She raves most all the time, and the doctor says she'll die if she don't stop." The gentleman nodded, and the next moment he was, as he wished, to be alone. He had found her, then, his lost Lena, sick, perhaps dying, and his heart gave one agonized throb as he thought, "What if she should die? Yet why should I wish her to live," he asked, "when she is as surely lost to me as if she were indeed resting in her grave?" And still, reason as he would, a something told him that all would yet be well, else perhaps he had never followed her. Believing she would stop at Mr. Everett's, he had come on thus far, finding her where he least expected it, and in spite of his fears there was much of pleasure mingled with his pain, as he thought how he would protect and care for her, ministering to her comfort, and softening, as far as possible, the disagreeable things which he saw must necessarily surround her. Money, he knew, would purchase almost everything, and if ever Durward Belmont felt glad that he was rich, it was when he found Lena Rivers sick and alone at the not very comfortable inn of Laurel Hill. As he was entering the dining room he saw Jerry, whose long, lank figure and original manner had afforded him much amusement during his ride, handing a dozen or more oranges to Mrs. Aldergrass, saying, as he did so, "They are for Miss Lena. I thought maybe they'd taste good this hot weather, and I ransacked the hull town to find the nicest and best." For a moment Durward's cheek flushed at the idea of Lena's being cared for by such as Jerry, but the next instant his heart grew warm toward the uncouth driver, who, without any possible motive save the promptings of his own kindly nature, had thus thought of the stranger girl. Ere long the stage was announced as ready and waiting, but to the surprise and regret of his fellow passengers, who had found him a most agreeable traveling companion, Durward said he was not going any further that day. "A new streak, ain't it?" asked Jerry, who knew he was booked for the entire route; but the young man made no reply, and the fresh, spirited horses soon bore the lumbering vehicle far out of sight, leaving him to watch the cloud of dust which it carried in its train. Uncle Timothy was in his element, for it was not often that a guest of Durward's appearance honored his house with more than a passing call, and with the familiarity so common to a country landlord, he slapped him on the shoulder, telling him "there was the tallest kind of fish in the Honey Oi," whose waters through the thick foliage of the trees were just discernible, sparkling and gleaming in the bright sunlight. "I never fish, thank you, sir," answered Durward, while the good-natured landlord continued, "Now you don't say it. Hunt then, mebbe." "Occasionally," said Durward, adding, "but my reason for stopping here is of entirely a different nature. I hear there is with you a sick lady. She is a friend of mine, and I am staying to see that she is well attended to." "Yes, yes," said Uncle Timothy, suddenly changing his opinion of Lena, whose want of money had made him sadly suspicious of her. "Yes, yes, a fine gal. Fell into good hands, too, for my old woman is the greatest kind of a nuss. Want to see her, don't you? The lady, I mean." "Not just yet. I would like a few moments' conversation with your wife first," answered Durward. Greatly frustrated when she learned that the stylish-looking gentleman wished to talk with her, Aunt Betsy rubbed her shining face with flour, and donning another cap, repaired to the sitting-room, where she commenced making excuses about herself, the house, and everything else, saying, "'Twa'n't what he was used to, she knew, but she hoped he'd try to put up with it." As soon as he was able to get in a word, Durward proceeded to ask her every particular concerning Lena's illness, and whether she would probably recognize him should he venture into her presence. "Bless your dear heart, no. She hain't known a soul on us these 3 days. Sometimes she calls me grandmother, and says when she's dead I'll know she's innocent. 'Pears like somebody had been slanderin' her, for she begs and pleads with Durward, as she calls him, not to believe it. Ain't you the one she means?" Durward nodded, and Mrs. Aldergrass continued, "I thought so, for when the stage driv up she was standin' straight in the bed, ravin' and screechin', but the minute she heard your voice she dropped down, and has been as quiet ever since. Will you go up now?" Durward signified his willingness, and following his landlady, he soon stood in the close pent-up room where, in an uneasy slumber, Lena lay panting for breath, and at intervals faintly moaning in her sleep. She had fearfully changed since last he saw her, and with a groan he bent over her, murmuring, "My poor Lena," while he gently laid his cool, moist hand upon her burning brow. As if there were something soothing in its touch, she quickly placed her little hot, parched hand on his, whispering, "Keep it there. It will make me well." For a long time he sat by her, bathing her head and carefully removing from her face and neck the thick curls which Mrs. Aldergrass had thought to cut away. At last she awoke, but Durward shrank almost in fear from the wild, bright eyes which gazed so fixedly upon him, for in them was no ray of reason. She called him John, blessing him for coming, and saying, "Did you tell Durward? Does he know?" "I am Durward," said he. "Don't you recognize me? Look again." "No, no," she answered with a mocking laugh, which made him shudder, it was so unlike the merry, ringing tones he had once loved to hear. "No, no, you are not Durward. He would not look at me as you do. He thinks me guilty." It was in vain Durward strove to convince her of his identity. She would only answer with a laugh, which grated so harshly on his ear that he finally desisted, and suffered her to think he was her cousin. The smallness of her chamber troubled him, and when Mrs. Aldergrass came up he asked her if there was no other apartment where Lena would be more comfortable. "Of course there is," said Aunt Betsy. "There's the best chamber I was goin' to give to you." "Never mind me," said he. "Let her have every comfort the house affords, and you shall be amply paid." Uncle Timothy had now no objection to the offer, and the large airy room with its snowy draped bed was soon in readiness for the sufferer, who in one of her wayward moods absolutely refused to be moved. It was in vain that Aunt Betsy pleaded, persuaded, and threatened, and at last in despair Durward was called in to try his powers of persuasion. "That's something more like it," said Lena, and when he urged upon her the necessity of her removal, she asked, "Will you go with me?" "Certainly," said he. "And stay with me?" "Certainly." "Then I'll go," she continued, stretching her arms toward him as a child toward its mother. A moment more, and she was reclining on the soft, downy pillows, the special pride of Mrs. Aldergrass, who bustled in and out, while her husband, ashamed of his stinginess, said, "They should have moved her afore, only 'twas a bad sign." During the remainder of the day she seemed more quiet, talking incessantly, it is true, but never raving if Durward were near. It is strange what power he had over her. A word from him sufficing at any time to subdue her when in her most violent fits of frenzy. For 2 days and nights he watched by her side, never giving himself a moment's rest, while the neighbors looked on, surmising and commenting as people always will. Every delicacy of the season, however costly, was purchased for her comfort, while each morning the flowers which he knew she loved the best were freshly gathered from the different gardens of Laurel Hill, and in broken pitchers, cracked tumblers, and nicked saucers adorned the room. At the close of the 3rd day she fell into a heavy slumber, and Durward, worn out and weary, retired to take the rest he so much needed. For a long time Lena slept, watched by the physician, who, knowing that the crisis had arrived, waited anxiously for her waking, which came at last, bringing with it the light of returning reason. Dreamily she gazed about the room, and in a voice no longer strong with the excitement of delirium, asked, "Where am I, and how came I here?" In a few words the physician explained all that was necessary for her to know, and then going for Mrs. Aldergrass, told her of the favorable change in his patient, adding that a sudden shock might still prove fatal. "Therefore," said he, "though I know not in what relation this Mr. Belmont stands to her, I think it advisable for her to remain a while in ignorance of his presence. It is of the utmost consequence that she be kept quiet for a few days, at the end of which time she can see him." All this Aunt Betsy communicated to Durward, who, unwilling to do anything which would endanger Lena's safety, kept himself aloof, treading softly and speaking low, for as if her hearing were sharpened by disease, she more than once, when he was talking in the hall below, started up, listening eagerly. Then, as if satisfied that she had been deceived, she would resume her position, while the flush on her cheek deepened as she thought, "Oh, what if it had indeed been he!" Nearly all the day long he just sat without the door, holding his breath as he caught the faint tones of her voice, and longing for the hour when he could see her and obtain, if possible, some clue to the mystery attending her and his father. His mother's words, together with what he had heard Lena say in her ravings, had tended to convince him that she, at least, might be innocent, and once assured of this, he felt that he would gladly fold her to his bosom, and cherish her there as the choicest of heaven's blessings. All this time Lena had no suspicion of his presence, but she wondered at the many luxuries which surrounded her, and once, when Mrs. Aldergrass offered her some choice wine, she asked who it was that supplied her with so many comforts. Aunt Betsy's forte did not lay in keeping a secret, and rather evasively she replied, "You mustn't ask me too many questions just yet." Lena's suspicions were at once aroused, and for more than an hour she lay thinking, trying to recall something which seemed to her like a dream. At last, calling Aunt Betsy to her, she said, "There was somebody here while I was so sick, somebody besides strangers, somebody that stayed with me all the time. Who was it?" "Nobody, nobody. I mustn't tell," said Mrs. Aldergrass hurriedly, while Lena continued, "Was it Cousin John?" "No, no. Don't guess any more," was Mrs. Aldergrass's reply, and Lena, clasping her hands together, exclaimed, "Oh, could it be he?" The words reached Durward's ear, and nothing but a sense of the harm it might do prevented him from going at once to her bedside. That night, at his earnest request, the physician gave him permission to see her in the morning, and Mrs. Aldergrass was commissioned to prepare her for the interview. Lena did not ask who it was; she felt that she knew. And the knowledge that he was there, that he cared for her, operated upon her like a spell, soothing her into the most refreshing slumber she had experienced for many a weary week. With the sun rising she was awake, but Mrs. Aldergrass, who came in soon after, told her that the visitor was not to be admitted until about 10, as she would by that time have become more composed, and be the better able to endure the excitement of the interview. A natural delicacy prevented Lena from objecting to the delay, and as calmly as possible she watched Mrs. Aldergrass while she put the room to rights, and then patiently submitted to the arranging of her curls, which during her illness had become matted and tangled. Before 8 everything was in readiness, and soon after, worn out by her own exertions, Lena again fell asleep. "How lovely she looks," thought Mrs. Aldergrass. "He shall just have a peep at her," and stepping to the door she beckoned Durward to her side. Never before had Lena seemed so beautiful to him, and as he looked upon her he felt his doubts removing, one by one. She was innocent, it could not be otherwise. And very impatiently he awaited the lapse of the 2 hours which must pass ere he could see her face to face. At length, as the surest way of killing time, he started out for a walk in the pleasant wood which skirted the foot of Laurel Hill. Here for a time we leave him, while in another chapter we speak of an event which, in the natural order of things, should here be narrated. End of chapters 32 and 33. Chapter 34 of Lena Rivers by Mary Jane Holmes. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 34. Lena's Father. 2 or 3 days before the morning of which we have spoken, Uncle Timothy, who, like many of his profession, had been guilty of a slight infringement of the Maine liquor law, had been called to answer for the same at the court then in session in the village of Canandaigua, the terminus of the stage route. Altogether too stingy to pay the coach fare, his own horse had carried him out, going for him on the night preceding Durward's projected meeting with Lena. On the afternoon of that day the cars from New York brought up several passengers who, being bound for Buffalo, were obliged to wait some hours for the arrival of the Albany train. Among those who stopped at the same house with Uncle Timothy was our old acquaintance Mr. Graham, who had returned from Europe, and was now homeward bound, firmly fixed in his intention to do right at last. Many and many a time during his travels had the image of a pale, sad face arisen before him, accusing him of so long neglecting to own his child, for Lena was his daughter, and she, who in all her bright beauty had years ago gone down to an early grave, was his wife, the wife of his first, and in bitterness of heart he sometimes thought, of his only love. His childhood's home, which was at the sunny South, was not a happy one, for ere he had learned to lisp his mother's name, she had died, leaving him to the guardianship of his father, who was cold, exacting, and tyrannical, ruling his son with a rod of iron, and by his stern, unbending manner, increasing the natural cowardice of his disposition. From his mother Harry had inherited a generous, impulsive nature, frequently leading him into errors which his father condemned with so much severity that he early learned the art of concealment, as far at least as his father was concerned. At the age of 18 he left home for Yale, where he spent 4 happy years, for the restraints of college life, though sometimes irksome, were preferable far to the dull monotony of his Southern home. And when at last he was graduated, and there was no longer an excuse for tarrying, he lingered by the way, stopping at the then village of Springfield, where, actuated by some sudden freak, he registered himself as Harry Rivers, the latter being his middle name. For doing this he had no particular reason, except that it suited his fancy, and Rivers, he thought, was a better name than Graham. Here he met with Helena Nichols, whose uncommon beauty first attracted his attention, and whose fresh, unstudied manners afterward won his love to such an extent that in an unguarded moment, and without a thought of the result, he married her, neglecting to tell her his real name before their marriage, because he feared she would cease to respect him if she knew he had deceived her, and then afterward finding it harder than ever to confess his fault. As time wore on, his father's letters, commanding him to return, grew more and more peremptory, until at last he wrote, "I am sick, dying, and if you do not come I'll cast you off forever." Harry knew this was no unmeaning threat, and he now began to reap the fruit of his folly. He could not give up Helena, who daily grew dearer to him, neither could he brave the displeasure of his father by acknowledging his marriage, for disinheritance was sure to follow. In this dilemma he resolved to compromise the matter. He would leave Helena a while; he would visit his father, and if a favorable opportunity occurred he would confess all; if not, he would return to his wife and do the best he could. but she must be provided for during his absence, and to effect this, he wrote to his father saying he stood greatly in need of $500, and that immediately on its receipt he would start for home. Inconsistent as it seemed with his general character, the elder Mr. Graham was generous with his money, lavishing upon his son all that he asked for, and the money was accordingly sent without a moment's hesitation. And now Harry's besetting sin, secrecy, came again into action, and instead of manfully telling Helena the truth, he left her privately, stealing away at night, and quieting his conscience by promising himself to reveal all in a letter, which was actually written, but as at the time of its arrival Helena was at home, and the postmaster knew of no such person, it was at last sent to Washington with thousands of its companions. The reader already knows how Lena's young mother watched for her recreant husband's coming until life and hope died out together, and it is only necessary to repeat that part of the story which relates to Harry, who on his return home found his father much worse than he expected. At his bedside, ministering to his wants, was a young dashing widow who prided herself upon being Lady Belmont. On his deathbed her father had committed her to the guardianship of Mr. Graham, who, strictly honorable in all his dealings, had held his trust until the time of her marriage with a young Englishman. Unfortunately as it proved for Harry, and fortunately for Sir Arthur, who had nothing in common with his wife, the latter died within 2 years after his marriage, leaving his widow and infant son again to the care of Mr. Graham, with whom Lady Belmont, as she was pleased to call herself, lived at intervals, swaying him whichever way she listed, and influencing him as he had never been influenced before. The secret of this was, that the old man had his eye upon her vast possessions, which he destined for his son, who, ignorant of the honor intended him, had presumed to marry according to the promptings of his heart. Scarcely was the first greeting over, ere his father at once made known his plans, to which Harry listened with mingled pain and amazement. "Lucy? Lady Belmont?" said he. "Why, she's a mother, a widow; beside being 10 years my senior." "3 years," interrupted his father. "She is 25, you 22, and then as to her being a widow and a mother, the immensity of her wealth atones for that. She is much sought after, but I think she prefers you. She will make you a good wife, and I am resolved to see the union consummated ere I die." "Never, sir, never," answered Harry, in a more decided manner than he had before assumed toward his father. "It is utterly impossible." Mr. Graham was too much exhausted to urge the matter at that time, but he continued at intervals to harass Harry, until the very sight of Lucy Belmont became hateful to him. It was not so, however, with her son, the Durward of our story. He was a fine little fellow, whom every one loved, and for hours would Harry amuse himself with him, while his thoughts were with his own wife and child, the latter of whom was to be so strangely connected with the fortunes of the boy at his side. For weeks his father lingered, each day seeming an age to Harry, who, though he did not wish to hasten his father's death, still longed to be away. Twice had he written without obtaining an answer, and he was about making up his mind to start, at all events, when his father suddenly died, leaving him the sole heir of all his princely fortune, and with his latest breath enjoining it upon him to marry Lucy Belmont, who, after the funeral was over, adverted to it, saying in her softest tones, "I hope you don't feel obliged to fulfill your father's request?" "Of course not," was Harry's short answer, as he went on with his preparations for his journey, anticipating the happiness he should experience in making Helena the mistress of his luxurious home. But alas for human hopes! The very morning on which he was intending to start, he was seized with a fever, which kept him confined to his bed until the spring was far advanced. Sooner than he was able, he started for Springfield in quest of Helena, learning from the woman whom he had left in charge that she was dead, and her baby too. The shock was too much for him in his weak state, and for 2 weeks he was again confined to a sick bed, sincerely mourning the untimely end of one whom he had truly loved, and whose death his own foolish conduct had hastened. Soon after their marriage her portrait had been taken by the best artists in the town, and this he determined to procure as a memento of the few happy days he had spent with Helena. But the cottage where he left her was now occupied by strangers, and after many inquiries, he learned that the portrait, together with some of the furniture, had been sold to pay the rent, which became due soon after his departure. His next thought was to visit her parents, but from this his natural timidity shrank. They would reproach him, he thought, with the death of their daughter, whom he had so deeply wronged, and not possessing sufficient courage to meet them face to face, he again started for home, bearing a sad heart which scarcely again felt a thrill of joy until the morning when he first met with Lena, whose exact resemblance to her mother so startled him as to arouse the jealousy of his wife. It would be both needless and tiresome to enumerate the many ways and means by which Lucy Belmont sought to ensnare him. Suffice it to say that she at last succeeded, and he married her, finding in the companionship of her son more real pleasure than he ever experienced in her society. After a time Mrs. Graham, growing weary of Charleston, where her haughty, overbearing manner made her unpopular, besought her husband to remove, which he finally did, going to Louisville, where he remained until the time of his removal to Woodlawn. Fully believing what the old nurse had told him of the death of his wife and child, he had no idea of the existence of the latter, though often in the stillness of night the remembrance of the little girl whom Durward had pointed out to him in the cars, arose before him, haunting him with visions of the past, but it was not until he met her at Maple Grove that he entertained a thought of her being his daughter. From that time his whole being seemed changed, for there was now an object for which to live. Carefully had he guarded from his wife a knowledge of his first marriage, for he dreaded her sneering reproaches, and he could not bear his beloved Helena's name breathed lightly by one so greatly her inferior. When he saw Lena, however, his first impulse was to clasp her in his arms and compel his wife to own her, but day after day went by, and he still delayed, hoping for a more favorable opportunity, which never came. Had he found her in less favorable circumstances, he might have done differently, but seeing only the brightest side of her life, he believed her comparatively happy. She was well educated, accomplished, and beautiful, and so he waited, secure in the fact that he was near to see that no harm should befall her. Once it occurred to him that possibly he might die suddenly, thus leaving his relationship to her a secret forever, and acting upon this thought he immediately made his will, bequeathing all to Lena, whom he acknowledged to be his daughter, adding an explanation of the whole affair, together with a most touching letter to his child, who would never see it until he was dead. This done, he felt greatly relieved, and each day found some good excuse for still keeping it from his wife, who worried him incessantly concerning his evident preference for Lena. Many and many a time he resolved to tell her all, but as often postponed the matter until, with the broad Atlantic between them, he ventured to write what he could not tell her verbally, and, strange to say, the effect upon his wife was far different from what he had expected. She did not faint, for there was no one by to see her, neither did she rave, for there was no one to hear her, but with her usual inconsistency she blamed her husband for not telling her before. Then came other thoughts of a different nature. She had helped to impair Lena's reputation, and if disgrace attached to her it would also fall upon her own family. Consequently, as we have seen, she set herself at work to atone, as far as possible, for her conduct. Her husband had given her permission to wait, if she chose, until his return, ere she made the affair public, and as she dreaded the remarks it would necessarily call forth, she resolved to do so. He had advised her to tell Lena, but she was gone, no one knew whither, and nervously she waited for some tidings of the wanderer. She was willing to receive Lena, but not the grandmother. She was voted an intolerable nuisance who should never darken the doors of Woodlawn. Never. Meantime, Mr. Graham had again crossed the ocean, landing in New York, from whence he started for home, meeting, as we have seen, with a detention in Canandaigua, where he accidentally fell in with Uncle Timothy, who, being minus quite a little sum of money on account of his transgression, was lamenting his ill fortune to one of his acquaintances, and threatening to give up tavern keeping if the Maine law wasn't repealed. "Here," said he, "it has cost me upwards of $50, and I'll bet I hain't sold more'n a barrel, besides what wine that Kentucky chap has bought for his gal, and I s'pose they call that nothin', bein' it's for sickness. Why, good Lord, the hull on it was for medicine, or chemistry, or mechanics." This reminded his friend to inquire after the sick lady, whose name he did not remember. "It's Lena," answered Uncle Timothy. "Lena Rivers, that dandified chap calls her, and it's plaguey curious to me what she's a runnin' away for, and he a streaking it through the country arter her. There's mischief summers, so I tell him, but that's no consarn of mine so long as he pays down regular." Mr. Graham's curiosity was instantly aroused, and the moment he could speak to Uncle Timothy alone, he asked what he meant by the sick lady. In his own peculiar dialect, Uncle Timothy told all he knew, adding, "A relation of yourn, mebbe?" "Yes, yes," said Mr. Graham. "Is it far to Laurel Hill?" "Better'n a dozen miles. Was you goin' out there?" Mr. Graham replied in the affirmative, at the same time asking if he could procure a horse and carriage there. Uncle Timothy never let an opportunity pass for turning a penny, and now, nudging Mr. Graham with his elbow, he said, "Them livery scamps'll charge you $2 at the lowest calkerlation. I'm goin' right out, and will take you for 6 shillin'. What d'ye think?" Mr. Graham's thoughts were not very complimentary to the shrewd Yankee, but keeping his opinion to himself, he replied that he would go, suggesting that they should start immediately. "In less than 5 minutes. You just set down while I go to the store arter some gimcracks for the old woman," said Uncle Timothy, starting up the street, which was the last Mr. Graham saw of him for 3 long hours. At the end of that time the little man came stepping down the walk, making many apologies, and saying he got so engaged about the darned liquor law, and the putty heads that made it, that he'd no idea 'twas so late. On their way home he still continued to discourse on his favorite topic, lamenting that he had voted for the present governor, announcing his intention of "jinnin' the Hindoos the fust time they met at Suckerport," a village at the foot of Honeoye Lake, and stopping every man whom he knew to belong to that order, to ask if they took a fee, and if "there was any bedivilment of gridirons and goats, such as the Masons and Odd Fellers had." Being repeatedly assured that the fee was only $1, and that the initiatory process was not very painful, he concluded "to go it, provided they'd promise to run him for constable." "Office is the hull any of the scallywags jine 'em for, and I may as well go in for a sheer," said he, thinking if he could not have the privilege of selling liquor, he would at least secure the right of arresting those who drank it. In this way his progress homeward was not very rapid, and the clock had struck 10 long ere they reached the inn, which they found still and dark, save the light which was kept burning in Lena's room. "That's her chamber, the young gal's. Will you see the candle?" said Uncle Timothy, as they drew up before the huge walls of the tavern. "I guess you won't want to disturb her to night." "Certainly not," answered Mr. Graham, adding, as he felt a twinge of his inveterate habit of secrecy, "If you'd just as like, you need not speak of me to the young gentleman. I wish to take him by surprise," meaning Durward. There was no particular necessity for this caution, for Uncle Timothy was too much absorbed in his loss to think of anything else, and when his wife asked who it was that he lighted up to bed, he replied, "A chap that wanted to come out this way, and so rid with me." Mr. Graham was very tired, and now scarcely had his head pressed the pillow ere he was asleep, dreaming of Lena, whose presence was to shed such a halo of sunlight over his hitherto cheerless home. The ringing of the bell next morning failed to arouse him, but when Mrs. Aldergrass, noticing his absence from the table, inquired for him, Uncle Timothy answered, "Never mind, let him sleep. Tuckered out, mebbe. And you know we allus have a 6 pence more for an extra meal." About 8 Mr. Graham arose, and after a more than usually careful toilet, he sat down to collect his scattered thoughts, for now that the interview was so near, his ideas seemed suddenly to forsake him. From the window he saw Durward depart for his walk, watching him until he disappeared in the dim shadow of the woods. "I will wait until his return, and let him tell her," thought he, but when a half hour or more went by and Durward did not come, he concluded to go down and ask to see her by himself. In order to do this, it was necessary for him to pass Lena's room, the door of which was ajar. She was awake, and hearing his step, thought it was Mrs. Aldergrass, and called to her. A thrill of exquisite delight ran through his frame at the sound of her voice, and for an instant he debated the propriety of going to her at once. A second call decided him, and in a moment he was at her bedside, clasping her in his arms, and exclaiming, "My precious Lena! My daughter! Has nothing ever told you that I am your father, the husband of your angel mother, who lives again in her child, my Lena?" For a moment Lena's brain grew dizzy, and she had well nigh fainted when the sound of Mr. Graham's voice again brought her back to consciousness. Pressing his lips to her white brow, he said, Speak to me, my daughter. Say that you receive me as your father, for such I am." With lightning rapidity Lena's thoughts traversed the past, whose dark mystery was now made plain, and as the thought that it might be so, that it was so, flashed upon her, she clasped her hands together, exclaiming, "My father! Is it true? You are not deceiving me?" "Deceive you, darling? No," said he. "I am your father, and Helena Nichols was my wife." "Why then did you leave her? Why have you so long left me unacknowledged?" asked Lena. Mr. Graham groaned bitterly. The hardest part was yet to come, but he met it manfully, telling her the whole story, sparing not himself in the least, and ending by asking if, after all this, she could forgive and love him as her father. Raising herself in bed, Lena wound her arms around his neck, and laying her face against his, wept like a little child. He felt that he was sufficiently answered, and holding her closer to his bosom he pushed back the clustering curls, kissing her again and again, while he said aloud, "I have your answer, dearest one. We will never be parted again." So absorbed was he in his newly recovered treasure, that he did not observe the fiery eye, the glittering teeth, and clenched fist of Durward Belmont, who had returned from his walk, and who, in coming up to his room, had recognized the tones of his father's voice. Recoiling backward a step or two, he was just in time to see Lena as she threw herself into Mr. Grahame's arms, in time to hear the tender words of endearment lavished upon her by his father. Staggering backward, he caught at the banister to keep from falling, while a moan of anguish came from his ashen lips. Alone in his room he grew calmer, though his heart still quivered with unutterable agony as he strode up and down the room, exclaiming, as he had done once before, "I would far rather see her dead than thus. My lost, lost Lena." Then, in the deep bitterness of his spirit, he cursed his father, whom he believed to be far more guilty than she. "I cannot meet him," thought he. "There is murder at my heart, and I must away ere he knows of my presence." Suiting the action to the word, he hastened down the stairs, glancing back once, and seeing Lena reclining upon his father's arm, while her eyes were raised to his with a sweet confiding smile, which told of perfect happiness. "Thank God that I am unarmed, else he could not live," thought he, hurrying into the bar room, where he placed in Uncle Timothy's hands double the sum due for himself and Lena, and then, without a word of explanation, he walked away. He was a good pedestrian, and preferring solitude in his present state of feeling, he determined to go on foot to Canandaigua, a distance of little more than a dozen miles. Meantime, Mr. Grahame was learning from Lena the cause of her being there, and though she, as far as possible, softened the fact of his having been accessory to her misfortunes, he felt it none the less keenly, and would frequently interrupt her with the exclamation that it was the result of his cowardice, his despicable habit of secrecy. When she spoke of the curl which his wife had burned, he seemed deeply affected, groaning aloud as he hid his face in his hands. "And she found it, she burned it," said he, "and it was all I had left of my Helena. I cut it from her head on the morning of my departure, when she lay sleeping, little dreaming of my cruel desertion. But," he added, "I can bear it better now that I have you, her living image, for what she was when I last saw her you are now." Their conversation then turned upon Durward, and with the tact he so well knew how to employ, Mr. Grahame drew from his blushing daughter a confession of the love she bore him. "He is worthy of you," said he, while Lena, without seeming to heed the remark, said, "I have not seen him yet, but I am expecting him every moment, for he was to visit me this morning." At this juncture Mrs. Aldergrass, who had been at one of her neighbors, came in, appearing greatly surprised at the sight of the stranger, whom Lena quietly introduced as her father, while Mr. Grahame colored painfully as Mrs. Aldergrass, curtsying very low, hoped Mr. Rivers was well. "Let it go so," whispered Lena, as she saw her father about to speak. Mr. Grahame complied, and then, observing how anxiously his daughter's eyes sought the doorway, whenever a footstep was heard, he asked Mrs. Aldergrass for Mr. Belmont, saying they would like to see him, if he had returned. Quickly going downstairs, Mrs. Aldergrass soon came back, announcing that "he'd paid his bill and gone off." "Gone?" said Mr. Grahame. "There must be some mistake. I will go down and inquire." With his hand in his pocket, grasping the purse containing the gold, Uncle Timothy told all he knew, adding that "'twa'n't no ways likely but he'd come back again, for he'd left things in his room to the valee of $5 or $6. Upon reflection, Mr. Graham concluded so too, and returning to Lena, he sat by her all day, soothing her with assurances that Durward would surely come back, as there was no possible reason for his leaving them so abruptly. As the day wore away and the night came on he seemed less sure, while even Uncle Timothy began to fidget, and when in the evening a young pettifogger, who had recently hung out his shingle on Laurel Hill, came in, he asked him in a low tone, if under the present governor they hung folks on circumstantial evidence alone. "Unquestionably, for that is sometimes the best kind of evidence," answered the sprig of the law, taking out some little ivory tablets and making a charge against Uncle Timothy for professional advice. "But if one of my boarders, who has lots of money, goes off in broad daylight and is never heard of again, would that be any sign he was murdered by the landlord?" continued Uncle Timothy, beginning to think there might be a worse law than the Maine liquor law. "That depends upon the previous character of the landlord," answered the lawyer, making another entry, while Uncle Timothy, brightening up, exclaimed, "I shall stand the racket then, for my character is tip-top." In the morning Mr. Graham announced his intention of going in quest of Durward, and with a magnanimity quite praiseworthy Uncle Timothy offered "his hoss and wagon for nothin', provided Mr. Graham would leave his watch as a guarantee against his runnin' off." Just as Mr. Graham was about to start, a horseman rode up, saying he had come from Canandaigua at the request of a Mr. Belmont, who wished him to bring letters for Mr. Graham and Miss Rivers. "And where is Mr. Belmont?" asked Mr. Graham, to which the man replied that he took the 6 o'clock train the night before, saying further that his manner was so strange as to induce a suspicion of insanity on the part of those who saw him. Taking the package, Mr. Graham repaired to Lena's room, giving her letter, and then reading his, which was full of bitterness, denouncing him as a villain, and cautioning him, as he valued his life, never again to cross the track of his outraged stepson. "You have robbed me," he wrote, "of all I hold most dear, and while I do not censure her the less, I blame you the more, for you are older in experience, older in years, and tenfold older in sin, and I know you must have used every art your foul nature could suggest ere you won my lost Lena from the path of rectitude." In the utmost astonishment Mr. Graham looked up at Lena, who had fainted. It was long ere she returned to consciousness, and then her fainting fit was followed by another more severe, if possible, than the first, while in speechless agony Mr. Graham hung over her. "I killed the mother, and now I am killing the child," thought he. But at last Lena seemed better, and taking from the pillow the crumpled note, she passed it toward her father, bidding him read it. It was as follows: "My lost Lena, by this title it seems appropriate for me to call you, for you are more surely lost to me than you would be, were this summer sun shining upon your grave. And, Lena, believe me when I say I would rather, far rather, see you dead than the guilty thing you are, for then your memory would be to me as a holy, blessed influence, leading me on to a better world, where I could hope to greet you as my spirit bride. But now, alas! how dark the cloud which shrouds you from my sight! Oh, Lena, Lena, how could you deceive me thus, when I thought you so pure and innocent, when even now I would willingly lay down my life could that save you from ruin? Do you ask what I mean? I have only to refer you to what this morning took place between you and the vile man I once called father, and whom I believed to be the soul of truth and honor. With a heart full of tenderness toward you, I was hastening to your side, when a scene met my view which stilled the beatings of my pulse and curdled the very blood in my veins. I saw you throw your arms around his neck, the husband of my mother. I saw you lay your head upon his bosom. I heard him as he called you dearest, and said you would never be parted again. You know all that has passed heretofore, and can you wonder that my worst fears are now confirmed? God knows how I struggled against those doubts which were nearly removed when, by the evidence of my own eyesight, uncertainty was made sure. And now, my once loved, but erring Lena, farewell. I am going away, whither I know not, care not, so that I never hear your name coupled with disgrace. Another reason why I go is that the hot blood of the South burns too fiercely in my veins to suffer me to meet your destroyer and not raise my hand against him. When this reaches you, I shall be far away. But what matters it to you? And yet, Lena, there will come a time when you'll remember one who, had you remained true to yourself, would have devoted his life to make you happy, for I know I am not indifferent to you. I have read it in your speaking eye, and in the childlike confidence with which you would yield to me when no one else could control your wild ravings. But enough of this. Time hastens, and I must say farewell. Farewell forever, my lost, lost Lena. Durward. Gradually, as Mr. Graham read, he felt a glow of indignation at Durward's hastiness. "Rash boy! He might at least have spoken with me," said he as he finished the letter, but Lena would hear no word of censure against him. She did not blame him. She saw it all, understood it all, and as she recalled the contents of his letter her own heart sadly echoed, "Lost forever." As well as he was able, Mr. Graham tried to comfort her, but in spite of his endeavors there was still at her heart the same dull, heavy pain, and most anxiously Mr. Graham watched her, waiting impatiently for the time when she would be able to start for home, as he hoped a change of place and scene would do much toward restoring both her health and spirits. Soon after his arrival at Laurel Hill, Mr. Graham had written to Mr. Livingstone, telling him what he had before told his wife, and adding, "Of course, my daughter's home will in future be with me at Woodlawn, where I shall be happy to see yourself and family at any time." This part of the letter he showed to Lena, who after reading it seemed for a long time absorbed in thought. "What is it, darling? Of what are you thinking?" Mr. Graham asked at length, and Lena, taking the hand which he had laid gently upon her forehead, replied, "I am thinking of poor grandmother. She is not happy now at Maple Grove. She will be more unhappy should I leave her, and if you please, I would rather stay there with her. I can see you every day." "Do you suppose me cruel enough to separate you from your grandmother?" interrupted Mr. Graham. "No, no, I am not quite so bad as that. Woodlawn is large, there are rooms enough, and grandma shall have her choice, provided it is a reasonable one." "And your wife, Mrs. Graham, what will she say?" timidly inquired Lena, involuntarily shrinking from the very thought of coming in contact with the little lady who had so recently come up before her in the new and formidable aspect of stepmother. Mr. Graham did not know himself what she would say, neither did he care. The fault of his youth once confessed, he felt himself a new man, able to cope with almost anything, and if in the future his wife objected to what he knew to be right, it would do her no good, for henceforth he was to rule his own house. Some such thoughts passed through his mind, but it would not be proper, he knew, to express himself thus to Lena, so he laughingly replied, "Oh, we'll fix that easily enough." At the time he wrote to Mr. Livingstone he had also sent a letter to his wife, announcing his safe return from Europe, and saying that he should be at home as soon as Lena's health would admit of her traveling. Not wishing to alarm her unnecessarily, he merely said of Durward that he had found him at Laurel Hill. To this letter Mrs. Graham replied immediately, and with a far better grace than her husband had expected. Very frankly she confessed the unkind part she had acted toward Lena, and while she said she was sorry, she also spoke of the reaction which had taken place in the minds of Lena's friends, who, she said, would gladly welcome her back. The continued absence of Durward was now the only drawback to Lena's happiness, and with a comparatively light heart she began to anticipate her journey home. Most liberally did Mr. Graham pay for both himself and Lena, and Uncle Timothy, as he counted the shining coin, dropping it upon the table to make sure it was not bogus, felt quite reconciled to his recent loss of $50. Jerry, the driver, was also generously rewarded for his kindness to the stranger girl, and just before he left, Mr. Graham offered to make him his chief overseer, if he would accompany him to Kentucky. "You are just the man I want," said he, "and I know you'll like it. What do you say?" For the sake of occasionally seeing Lena, whom he considered as something more than mortal, Jerry would gladly have gone, but he was a staunch abolitionist, dyed in the wool, and scratching his head, he replied, "I'm obleeged to you, but I b'lieve I'd rather drive hosses than niggers." "Mebbe you could run one on 'em off, and so make a little somethin'," slyly whispered Uncle Timothy, his eyes always on the main chance, but it was no part of Jerry's creed to make anything, and as Lena at that moment appeared, he beat a precipitate retreat, going out behind the church, where he watched the departure of his southern friends, saying afterward to Mrs. Aldergrass, who chided him for his conduct, that he never could bid nobody good-bye, he was so darn tender-hearted.
End of chapter 34. Chapters 35 and 36 of Lena Rivers by Mary Jane Holmes. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 35. Excitement at Maple Grove.
Lena been gone 4 weeks, and father never stirred a peg after her. That is smart, I must say. Why didn't you let me know it before? Exclaimed John Jr. as he one morning unexpectedly made his appearance at Maple Grove. During his absence, Carrie had been his only correspondent, and for some reason or other she delayed telling him of Lena's flight until quite recently. Instantly forgetting his resolution of not returning for a year, he came home with headlong haste, determining to start immediately after his cousin. I reckon if you knew all that has been said about her, you wouldn't feel quite so anxious to get her back, said Carrie. For my part, I feel quite relieved at her absence. Shut up your head, roared John Jr. Lena is no more guilty than you. By George, I most cried when I heard how nobly she worked to save Anna from old Baldhead. And this is her reward? Gracious Peter, I sometimes wish there wasn't a woman in the world. If they'd all marry you, there wouldn't be long, retorted Carrie. You've said it now, haven't you? Answered John Jr., while his father suggested that they stop quarreling, adding, as an apology for his own neglect, that Durwood had gone after Lena, who was probably at Mr. Everett's, and that he himself had advertised in all the principal papers. Just like Belmont. He's a fine fellow, and deserves Lena if anybody does, exclaimed John Jr., while Carrie chimed in. Pshaw! I've no idea he's gone for her. Why, they've hardly spoken for several months, and besides that, Mrs. Graham will never suffer him to marry one of so low origin. The dearie me, said John Jr., mimicking his sister's manner. How much lower is her origin than yours? Carrie's reply was prevented by the appearance of her grandmother, who, hearing that John Jr. was there, had hobbled in to see him. Perfectly rational on all other subjects, Mrs. Nichols still persisted in saying of Lena that she had killed her, and now when her first greeting with John Jr. was over, she whispered in his ear, Have they told you Lena was dead? She is. I killed her. It says so here. And she handed him the almost worn-out note, which she constantly carried with her. Rough as he seemed at times, there was in John Jr.'s nature many a tender spot, and when he saw the look of childish imbecility on his grandmother's face, he pressed his strong arm around her, and a tear actually dropped upon her gray hair as he told her Lena was not dead. He was going to find her and bring her home. At that moment, old Caesar, who had been to the post office, returned, bringing Mr. Graham's letter, which had just arrived. That's Mr. Graham's handwriting, said Carrie, glancing at the superscription. Perhaps he knows something of Lena, and she looked meaningly at her mother, who, with a peculiar twist of her mouth, replied, Very likely. You are right, he does know something of her, said Mr. Livingstone as he finished reading the letter. She is with him at a little village called Laurel Hill, somewhere in New York. There, I told you so. Poor Mrs. Graham, it will kill her. I must go and see her immediately, exclaimed Mrs. Livingstone, settling herself back quite composedly in her chair, while Carrie, turning to her brother, asked what he thought of Lena now. Just what I always did, he replied. There's fraud somewhere. Will you let me see that, sir? Advancing toward his father, who, placing the letter in his hand, walked to the window to hide the varied emotions of his face. Rapidly John Jr. perused it, comprehending the whole, then, when it was finished, he seized his hat, and throwing it up in the air, shouted, Hurrah, hurrah for Miss Lena Rivers Graham, daughter of the Honorable Harry Rivers Graham. I was never so glad in my life. Hurrah! And again the hat went up, upsetting in its descent a costly vase, the fragments of which followed in the direction of the hat as the young man capered about the room, perfectly insane with joy. Is the boy crazy? Asked Mrs. Livingstone, catching him by the coat as he passed her, while Carrie attempted to snatch the letter from his hand. Crazy? Yes, said he. Who do you think Lena's father is? No less a person than Mr. Graham himself. Now taunt her again, cad, with her low origin if you like. She isn't coming here to live any more. She's going to Woodlawn. She'll marry Durward, while you'll be a cross, dried up old maid, eh, cad?" And he chucked her under the chin while she began to cry, bidding him to let her alone. "What do you mean?" interposed Mrs. Livingstone, trembling lest it might be true. "I will read the letter, and you can judge for yourself," replied John. Both Carrie and her mother were too much astonished to utter a syllable, while in their hearts each hoped it would prove untrue. Bending forward, Grandma had listened eagerly, her dim eyes lighting up as she occasionally caught the meaning of what she heard, but she could not understand it at once, and turning to her son, she said, "What is it, John? What does it mean?" As well as they could, Mr. Livingstone and John Junior explained it to her, and when at length she comprehended it in her own peculiar way, she exclaimed, "Thank God that Leenie is a lady at last! As good as the biggest on 'em. Oh, I wish a Leenie had lived to know who her husband was. Poor critter, maybe he'll give me money to go back and see the old place once more afore I die." "If he don't, I will," said Mr. Livingstone, upon which his wife, who had not spoken before, wondered "where he'd get it." By this time Carrie had comforted herself with the assurance that as Lena was now Durward's sister he would not, of course, marry her, and determining to make the best of it, she replied to her brother, who rallied on her crestfallen looks, that he was greatly mistaken, for "she was as pleased as any one at Lena's good fortune, but it did not follow that she must make a fool of herself as some others did." The closing part of this remark was lost on John Junior, who had left the room. In the first excitement he had thought, "How glad Nellie will be," and acting as he generally did upon impulse, he now ordered his horse, and dashing off at full speed as usual, surprised Nellie, first with his sudden appearance, second with his announcement of Lena's parentage, and third by an offer of himself. "It's your destiny," said he, "and it's of no use to resist. What did poor little Meb die for, if it wasn't to make room for you? So you may as well say yes first as last. I'm odd, I know, but you can fix me over. I'll do exactly what you wish me to. Say yes, Nellie, won't you?" And Nellie did say yes, wondering the while if ever before woman had such wooing. We think not, for never was there another John Junior. "I have had happiness enough for one day," said he, kissing her blushing cheek and hurrying away. As if every hitherto neglected duty were now suddenly remembered, he went straight from Mr. Douglas's to the marble factory, where he ordered a costly stone for the little grave on the sunny slope, as yet unmarked save by the tall grass and rank weeds which grew above it. "What inscription will you have?" asked the engraver. John Junior thought for a moment, and then replied, "Simply Mabel. Nothing more or less. That tells the whole story," and involuntarily murmuring to himself, "Poor little Meb, I wish she knew how happy I am," he started for home, where he was somewhat surprised to find Mrs. Graham. She had also received a letter from her husband, and deeming secrecy no longer advisable, had come over to Maple Grove, where, to her great satisfaction, she found that the news had preceded her. Feeling sure that Mrs. Graham must feel greatly annoyed, both Carrie and her mother began at first to act the part of consolers, telling her it might not be true after all, for perhaps it was a ruse of Mr. Graham's to cover some deep-laid scheme. But for once in her life Mrs. Graham did well, and to their astonishment replied, "Oh, I hope not, for you do not know how I long for the society of a daughter, and as Mr. Graham's child I shall gladly welcome Lena home, trying, if possible, to overlook the vulgarity of her family friends." Though wincing terribly, neither Mrs. Livingstone nor her daughter were to be outgeneraled. If Mrs. Graham could so soon change her tactics, so could they, and for the next half hour they lauded Lena to the skies. They had always liked her, particularly Mrs. Livingstone, who said, "If allowed to speak my mind, Mrs. Graham, I must say that I have felt a good deal pained by those reports which you put in circulation." "I put reports in circulation!" retorted Mrs. Graham. "What do you mean? It was yourself, madam, as I can prove by the whole neighborhood."
The war of words was growing sharper and more personal when John Junior's appearance put an end to it, and the two ladies, thinking they might as well be friends as enemies, introduced another topic of conversation, soon after which Mrs. Graham took her leave. Pausing in the doorway, she said, "Would it afford you any gratification to be at Woodlawn when Lena arrives?" Knowing that under the circumstances it would look better, Mrs. Livingstone said yes, while Carey, thinking Durwood would be there, made a similar reply, saying, "She was exceedingly anxious to see her cousin." "Very well. I will let you know when I expect her," said Mrs. Graham, curtsying herself from the room. "Spelled toady, cad," whispered John Junior, and with more than her usual quickness Carey replied by doing as he desired. "That'll do," said he, as he walked off to the back yard, where he found the younger portion of the blacks engaged in a rather novel employment for them. The news of Lena's good fortune had reached the kitchen, causing much excitement, for she was a favorite there. "Clar for it," said Aunt Millie. "We orter have a bonfire. It won't hurt nothin' on the brick pavement." Accordingly, as it was now dark, the children were set at work gathering blocks, chips, sticks, dried twigs and leaves, and by the time John Junior appeared they had collected quite a pile. Not knowing how he would like it, they all took to their heels, except Thomas Jefferson, who, having some of his mother's spirit, stood his ground, replying when asked what they were about, that they were "gwine to celebrate Miss Lena." Taking in the whole fun at once, John Junior called out, "Good! Come back here, you scapegraces!" Scarcely had he uttered these words when from behind the lie leech, the smoke house, and the trees, emerged the little darkies, their eyes and ivories shining with the expected frolic. Taught by John Junior, they hurrahed at the top of their voices when the flames burst up, and one little fellow, not yet able to talk plain, made his bare shining legs fly like drumsticks as he shouted, "Hurrah for Miss Lena Rivers, Gam!" "Belmont, too, say," whispered John Junior, as he saw Carey on the back piazza. "Belmont to say," yelled the youngster, leaping so high as to lose his balance. Rolling over the green sward like a ball, he landed at the feet of Carey, who, spurning him as she would a toad, went back to the parlor, where for more than an hour she cried from pure vexation. 36. Arrival at Woodlawn. It was a warm September night at Woodlawn. The windows were open, and through the richly wrought curtains the balmy air of evening was stealing, mingling its delicious perfume of flowers without with the odor of those which drooped from the many costly vases which adorned the handsome parlors. Lamps were burning, casting a mellow light over the gorgeous furniture, while in robes of snowy white the mistress of the mansion flitted from room to room, a little nervous, a little fidgety, and, without meaning to be so, a little cross. For more than 2 hours she had waited for her husband, delaying the supper which the cook, quite as anxious as herself, pronounced spoiled by the delay. According to promise, the party from Maple Grove had arrived, with the exception of John Junior, who had generously remained with his grandmother, she having been purposely omitted in the invitation. From the first, Mrs. Graham had decided that Mrs. Nichols should never live at Woodlawn, and she thought it proper to have it understood at once. Accordingly, as she was conducting Mrs. Livingstone and Carey to Lena's room, she casually remarked, "I've made no provision for Mrs. Nichols except as an occasional visitor, for of course she will remain with her son. She is undoubtedly much attached to your family, and will be happier there." "This Lena's," interrupted Carey, ere her mother had time to reply. "It's the very best chamber in the house. Brussels carpets, marble and rosewood furniture, damask curtains. Why, she'll hardly know how to act," she continued half unconsciously, as she gazed around the elegant apartment which, with one of her unaccountable freaks, Mrs. Graham had fitted up with the utmost taste. "Yes, this is Lena's," said Mrs. Graham complacently. "Will it compare at all with her chamber at Maple Grove? I do not wish it to seem inferior." Carey bit her lip, while her mother very coolly replied, "Yes, on the whole quite as good, perhaps better, as some of the furniture is new." "Have I told you," continued Mrs. Graham, bent on tormenting them, "have I told you that we are to spend the winter in New Orleans, where Lena will of course be the reigning belle? You ought to be there, dear," laying her hand on Carey's shoulder. "It will be so gratifying to you to witness the sensation she will create." "Spiteful old thing. She tries to insult us. thought Carrie, her heart swelling with bitterness toward the ever-hated Lena, whose future life seemed so bright and joyous. The sound of wheels was now heard, and the ladies reached the lower hall just as the carriage, which had been sent to the station at Midway, drove up at a side door. Carrie's first thought was for Durward, and shading her eyes with her hand, she looked anxiously out. But only Mr. Graham alighted, gently lifting out his daughter, who was still an invalid. Mighty careful of her, thought Mrs. Livingstone, as in his arms he bore her up the marble steps. Depositing her in their midst and placing his arm around her, he said, turning to his wife, "Lucy, this is my daughter. Will you receive and love her as such, for my sake?" In a moment, Lena's soft white hand lay in the fat, chubby one of Mrs. Graham, who kissed her pale cheek, calling her "Lena," and saying she was welcome to Woodlawn. Mrs. Livingstone and Carrie now pressed forward, overwhelming her with caresses, telling her how badly they had felt at her absence, chiding her for running away, calling her a "naughty puss," and perfectly bewildering her with their new mode of conduct. Mr. Livingstone's turn came next, but he neither kissed nor caressed her, for that was not in keeping with his nature, but very, very tenderly he looked into her eyes as he said, "You know, Lena, that I am glad, most glad for you." Unostentatious as was this greeting, Lena felt that there was more sincerity in it than all that had gone before, and the tears gushed forth involuntarily. Mentally styling her the one a baby, and the other a fool, Mrs. Livingstone and Carrie returned to the parlor, while Mrs. Graham, calling a servant, bade her to show Lena to her room. "Hadn't you better go up and assist your cousin?" whispered Mrs. Livingstone to Carrie, who forthwith departed, knocking at the door, an act of politeness she had never before thought it necessary to offer Lena. But she was an heiress now, fully, yes, more than equal, and that made a vast difference. "I came to see if I could render you any service," she said in answer to Lena's look of inquiry. "No, I thank you," returned Lena, beginning to get an inkling of the truth. "You know I'm accustomed to waiting upon myself, and if I want anything Drusa can assist me. I've only to change my soiled dress and smooth my hair," she continued, as she shook out her long and now rather rough tresses. "What handsome hair you've got," said Carrie, taking one of the curls in her hand. "I'd forgotten it was so beautiful. Hasn't it improved during your absence? A course of fever is not usually very beneficial to one's hair, I believe," answered Lena, as she proceeded to brush and arrange her wavy locks, which really had lost some of their luster. Foiled in her attempt at toadyism, Carrie took another tack. Looking Lena in the face, she said, "What is it? I can't make it out, but somehow you've changed. You don't look so well, you would say, I suppose," returned Lena laughingly. "I've grown thin, but I hope to improve by and by." Drusa glanced at the two girls as they stood side by side, and her large eyes sparkled as she thought that her young mistress, "a heap the best lookin' now." By this time Carrie had thought to ask for Durward. Instantly Lena turned whiter, if possible, than she was before, and in an unsteady voice she replied that she did not know. "Not know?" repeated Carrie, her own countenance brightening visibly. "Haven't you seen him? Wasn't he at that funny, out-of-the-way place, where you were?" "Yes, but he left before I saw him," returned Lena, her manner plainly indicating that there was something wrong. Carrie's spirits rose. There was a chance for her, and on their way downstairs she laughed and chatted so familiarly that Lena wondered if it could be the same haughty girl who had seldom spoken to her except to repulse or command her. The supper bell rang just as they reached the parlor, and Mr. Graham, taking Lena on his arm, led the way to the dining room, where the entire silver tea set had been brought out in honor of the occasion. "Hasn't Lena changed, mother?" said Carrie, feeling hateful and knowing no better way of showing it. "Hasn't her sickness changed her?" "It has made her grow old. That's all the difference I perceive," returned Mrs. Livingstone, satisfied that she'd said the thing which she knew would most annoy herself. "How old are you, dear?" asked Mrs. Graham, leaning across the table. 18, was Lena's answer, to which Mrs. Graham replied, "I thought so. 3 years younger than Carrie, I believe." "2, only 2," interrupted Mrs. Livingstone, while Carrie exclaimed, "Horrors! How old do you take me to be?" Adroitly changing the conversation, Mrs. Graham made no reply, and soon after they rose from the table. Scarcely had they returned to the parlor when John Junior was announced. He had, he said, got his grandmother to sleep and put her to bed, and now he had come to pay his respects to Miss Graham. Catching her in his arms, he exclaimed, "Little girl, I am as much delighted with your good fortune as I should be had it happened to myself. Where is Belmont?" he continued, looking about the room. Mr. Graham replied that he was not there. "Not here?" repeated John Junior. "What have you done with him, Lena?" Lifting her eyes, full of tears, to her cousin's face, Lena said softly, "Please don't talk about it now." "There's something wrong," thought John Junior. "I'll bet I'll have to shoot that dog yet." Lena longed to pour out her troubles to someone, and knowing she could confide in John Junior, she soon found an opportunity of whispering to him, "Come tomorrow, and I will tell you all about it." Between 10 and 11 the company departed, Mrs. Livingstone and Carey taking a most affectionate leave of Lena, urging her not to fail of coming over the next day, as they should be expecting her. The ludicrous expression of John Junior's face was a sufficient interpretation of his thoughts, as whispering aside to Lena, he said, "I can't do it justice if I try." The next morning Mr. Graham got out his carriage to carry Lena to Maple Grove, asking his wife to accompany them. But she excused herself on the plea of a headache, and they set off without her. The meeting between Lena and her grandmother was affecting, and Carey, in order to sustain the character she had assumed, walked to the window, to hide her emotions probably. At least John Junior thought so, for with the utmost gravity he passed her his silk pocket handkerchief. When the first transports of her interview with Lena were over, Mrs. Nichols fastened herself upon Mr. Graham, while John Junior invited Lena to the garden, where he claimed from her the promised story, which she told him unreservedly. "Oh, that's nothing compared with my experience," said John Junior, plucking at the rich purple grapes which hung in heavy clusters above his head. "That's easily settled. I'll go after Durward myself and bring him back, either dead or alive. The latter if possible, the former if necessary. So cheer up. I've faith to believe that you and Durward will be married about the same time that Nellie and I are. We are engaged. Did I tell you?" Involuntarily Lena's eyes wandered in the direction of the sunny slope and the little grave, as yet but 9 months made. "I know what you think," said John Junior rather testily, "but hang me if I can help it. Meb was never intended for me, except by mother. I suppose there is in the world somebody for whom she was made, but it wasn't I, and that's the reason she died. I am sorry as anybody, and every night in my life I think of poor Meb, who loved me so well, and who met with so poor a return. I've bought her some gravestones, though," he continued, as if that were an ample atonement for the past. While they were thus occupied, Mr. Graham was discussing with Mrs. Nichols the propriety of her removing to Woodlawn. "I shan't live long to trouble anybody," said she, when asked if she would like to go. "And I'm nothing without Leenie." So it was arranged that she should go with him, and when Lena returned to the house, she found her grandmother in her chamber, packing up preparatory to her departure. "We'll have to come again," said she, "for I've as much as 2 loads." "Don't take them," interposed Lena. "You won't need them, and nothing will harm them here." After a little, Grandma was persuaded, and her last charge to Mrs. Livingstone and Carey was, "that they keep the dumb niggers from her things." Habit with Mrs. Nichols was everything. She had lived at Maple Grove for years, and every niche and corner of her room she understood. She knew the blacks, and they knew her, and ere she was halfway to Woodlawn she began to wish she had not started. Politely, but coldly, Mrs. Graham received her, saying, "I thought perhaps you would return with them to spend the day," laying great emphasis on the last words, as if that, of course, was to be the limit of her visit. Grandma understood it, and it strengthened her resolution of not remaining long. "Miss Graham don't want to be pestered with me," said she to Lena the first time they were alone, "and I don't mean that she shall be. 'Tilda is used to me, and she don't mind it now, so I shall go back afore long. You can come to see me every day, and once in a while I'll come here." That afternoon a heavy rain came on, and Mrs. Graham remarked to Mrs. Nichols that she hoped she was not homesick, as there was every probability of her being obliged to stay overnight, adding by way of comfort that she was going to Frankfurt the next day to make purchases for Lena, and would take her home. Accordingly, the next morning Mrs. Livingstone was not very agreeably surprised by the return of her mother-in-law, who, Mrs. Graham said, was so homesick they couldn't keep her. That night, when Mrs. Graham, who was naturally generous, returned from the city, she left at Maple Grove a large bundle for Grandma, consisting of dresses, aprons, caps, and the like, which she had purchased as a sort of peace offering, or reward rather, for her having decamped so quietly from Woodlawn. But the poor old lady did not live to wear them. Both her mind and body were greatly impaired, and for 2 or 3 years she had been failing gradually. There was no particular disease, but a general breaking up of the springs of life, and a few weeks after Lena's arrival at Woodlawn, they made another grave on the sunny slope, and Mabel no longer slept alone. End of chapters 35 and 36. Chapters 37 and 38 of Lena Rivers by Mary Jane Holmes. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. 37. Durward. From place to place, and from scene to scene, Durward had hurried, caring nothing except to forget, if possible, the past, and not knowing where he was going, until he at last found himself in Richmond, Virginia. This was his mother's birthplace, and as several of her more distant relatives were still living here, he determined to stop for a while, hoping that new objects and new scenes would have some power to rouse him from the lethargy into which he had fallen. Constantly in terror lest he should hear of Lena's disgrace, which he felt sure would be published to the world, he had, since his departure from Laurel Hill, resolutely refrained from looking in a newspaper until one morning some weeks after his arrival at Richmond. Entering a reading room, he caught up the Cincinnati Gazette, and after assuring himself by a hasty glance that it did not contain what he so much dreaded to see, he sat down to read it, paying no attention to the date, which was 3 or 4 weeks back. Accidentally, he cast his eye over the list of arrivals at the Burnett house, seeing among them the names of Mr. H. R. Graham and Miss L. R. Graham, Woodford County, Kentucky. "Audacious! How dare they be so bold!" he exclaimed, springing to his feet and tearing the paper in fragments, which he scattered upon the floor. "Considerable kind of uppish, 'pears to me," said a strange voice, having in its tone the nasal twang peculiar to a certain class of Yankees. Looking up, Durward saw before him a young man in whose style of dress and freckled face we at once recognized Joel Slocum. Wearying of Cincinnati, as he had before done with Lexington, he had traveled at last to Virginia. Remembering to have heard that his grandmother's aunt had married, died, and left a daughter in Richmond, he determined, if possible, to find some trace of her. Accordingly, he had come on to that city, making it the theater of his Daguerrean operations. These alone not being sufficient to support him, he had latterly turned his attention to literary pursuits, being at present engaged in manufacturing a book after the Sam Slick order, which, to use his own expression, he expected would have a thunderin' sale. In order to sustain the new character which he had assumed, he came every day to the reading room, tumbling over books and papers, generally carrying one of the former in his hand, affecting an utter disregard of his personal appearance, daubing his fingers with ink, wiping them on the pocket of his coat, and doing numerous other things which he fancied would stamp him a distinguished person. On the morning of which we have spoken, Joel's attention was attracted toward Durward, whose daguerreotype he had seen at Maple Grove, and though he did not recognize the original, he fancied he might have met him before, and was about making his acquaintance, when Durward's action drew from him the remark we have mentioned. Thinking him to be some impertinent fellow, Durward paid him no attention, and was about leaving, when hitching his chair a little nearer, Joel said, "Be you from Virginny?" "No." "From York State?" "No." "From Pennsylvany?" "No." "Maybe then you are from Kentucky?" No answer. "Be you from Kentucky?" "Yes." "Do you know Mr. Graham's folks?" "Yes," said Durward, trembling lest the next should be something concerning his stepfather. But it was not. Settling himself a little further back in the chair, Joel continued, "Well, I calkerlate that I'm some relation to Miss Graham. Be you 'quainted with her?" Durward knew that a relationship with Mrs. Graham also implied a relationship with himself, and feeling a little curious, as well as somewhat amused, he replied, "Related to Mrs. Graham? Pray, how?" "Why, you see,"
said Joel, "that my grandmarm's aunt, she was younger than grandmarm and was her aunt too. Wal, she went off to Virginia to teach music, and so married a nabob. Know what that is, I s'pose? She had one gal and died, and this gal was never heard from until I took it into my head to look her up, and I found out that she was Lucy Temple. She married an Englishman first, then a man from South Carolina, who is now livin' in Kentucky, between Versailles and Frankfort." "What was your grandmother's aunt's name?" asked Durward. "Susan Howard," returned Joel. "The Howards were a stuck-up set, grandmarm and all, not a bit like t'other side of the family. My mother's name was Covendike." "And yours?" interrupted Durward. "Is Joel Slocum of Slocumville, Massachusetts, at your service," said the young man, rising up and going through a most wonderful bow, which he always used on great occasions. In a moment Durward knew who he was, and greatly amused, he said: "Can you tell me, Mr. Slocum, what relation this Lucy Temple, your great-great-aunt's daughter, would be to you?" "My third cousin, of course," answered Joel. "I figured that out with the slate and pencil." "And her son, if she had one?" "Would be my fourth cousin. No great connection, to be sure, but enough to brag on if they happen to be smart." "Supposing I tell you that I am Lucy Temple's son?" said Durward, to which Joel, not the least suspicious, replied: "Wal, s'posin' you do, 'twon't make it so." "But I am, really and truly," continued Durward. "Her first husband was a Belmont, and I am Durward Belmont, your fourth cousin, it seems." "Jehoshaphat! If this ain't cur'us!" exclaimed Joel, grasping Durward's hand. "How do you do, and how is your marm? And do you know Lena Rivers?" Durward's brow darkened as he replied in the affirmative, while Joel continued: "We are from the same town, and used to think a sight of each other, but when I seen her in Kentucky I thought she'd got to be mighty toppin'. Maybe, though, 'twas only my notion." Durward did not answer, and after a little his companion said: "I suppose you know I sometimes take pictures for a livin'. I'm goin' to my office now, and if you'll come with me I'll take your'n for nothin', bein' you're related." Mechanically, and because he had nothing else to do, Durward followed the young man to his office, which was a dingy, cheerless apartment in the fourth story of a crazy old building. On the table in the center of the room were several likenesses, which he carelessly examined. Coming at last to a larger and richer case, he opened it, but instantly it dropped from his hand, while an exclamation of surprise escaped his lips. "What's the row, old feller?" asked Joel, coming forward and picking up the picture which Durward had recognized as Lena Rivers. "How came you by it?" said Durward eagerly, and with a knowing wink, Joel replied: "I know, and that's enough." "But I must know, too. It is of the utmost importance that I know," said Durward; and after a moment's reflection Joel answered: "Wal, I don't s'pose it'll do any hurt if I tell you. When I was a boy I had a hankerin' for Leny, and didn't get over it after I was grown, either, so a year or two ago I thought I'd go to Kentuck and see her. Knowin' how tickled she and Mrs. Nichols would be with a picture of their old home in the mountains, I took it for 'em and started. In Albany I went to see a family that used to live in Slocumville. The woman was a gal with Leny's mother, and thought a sight of her. Wal, in the chamber where they put me to sleep was an old portrait which looked so much like Leny that in the mornin' I asked whose it was, and if you b'lieve me 'twas Leny's mother. You know she married, or thought she married, a Southern rascal who got her portrait taken and then run off, and the picture, which in its day was an expensive one, was sold to pay up. A few years afterward Miss Rice, the woman I was tellin' you about, came acrost it, and bought it for a little or nothin' to remember Heleny Nichols by. Thinks to me, nothin' can please Leny better than a daguerreotype of her mother, so I set out with my apparatus and took it. But when I come to see that there was as nigh alike as two peas, I hated to give it up, for I thought it would be almost as good as lookin' at Leny. So I kept it myself, but I don't want her to know it, for she'd be mad." "Did you ever take a copy of this for anyone?" asked Durward, a faint light beginning to dawn upon him. "What a feller to hang on!" answered Joel, "but bein' I've started I'll go it and tell the hull. One morning when I was in Lexington a gentleman came in, calling himself Mr. Graham, and saying he wanted a copy of an old mountain house which he had seen at Mr. Livingstone's. Whilst I was getting it ready he happened to come across this one, and what is the queerest of all, he like to fainted away. I had to throw water in his face and everything. By he come to, and says he, 'Where did you get that?' I told him all about it, and then layin' his head on the table he groaned orfully, wipin' off the thumpin'est great drops of sweat and kissin' the picture as if he was crazy. 'Mebbe you knew Helena Nichols?' says I. 'Knew her, yes,' says he, jumpin' up and walkin' the room as fast. All to once he grew calm, as though nothin' had happened, and says he, 'I must have that one or just like it.' At first I hesitated, for I felt kinder mean always about keepin' it, and I didn't want Leenie to know I'd got it. I told him so, and he said nobody but himself should ever see it. So I took a smaller one, leavin' off the lower part of the body, as the dress is old fashioned, you see. He was as tickled as a boy with a new top, and actually forgot to take the other one of the mountain house. Some months after I came across him in Cincinnati. His wife was with him, and I thought then that she looked like Aunt Nancy. Wall, he went with me to my office, and said he wanted another daguerreotype, as he'd lost the first one. Now, I'm pretty good at figurin', and I've thought that matter over till I've come to this conclusion: that man was Lena's father, the husband or something of Helene Nichols. But what ails you? Are you faintin' too?" he exclaimed, as he saw the death-like whiteness which had settled upon Durward's face and around his mouth. "Tell me more, everything you know," gasped Durward. "I have told you all I know for certain," said Joel. "The rest is only guesswork, but it looks plaguey reasonable. Lenie's father, I've heard, was from South Carolina." "So was Mr. Graham," said Durward, more to himself than to Joel, who continued, "And he's your stepfather, ain't he? The husband of Lucy Temple, my cousin?" Durward nodded, and as a customer just then came in, he arose to go, telling Joel he would see him again. Alone in his room, he sat down to think of the strange story he had heard. Gradually, as he thought, his mind went back to the time when Mr. Graham first came home from Springfield. He was a little boy then, 5 or 6 years of age, but he now remembered many things calculated to prove what he scarcely yet dared to hope. He recalled Mr. Graham's preparations to return when he was taken suddenly ill. He knew that immediately after his recovery he had gone northward. He remembered how sad he had seemed after his return, neglecting to play with him as had been his wont, and when to this he added Joel's story, together with the singularity of his father's conduct towards Lena, he could not fail to be convinced. "She is innocent, thank heaven! I see it all now. Fool that I was to be so hasty!" he exclaimed, his whole being seemed to undergo a sudden change as the joyous conviction flashed upon him. In his excitement he forgot his promise of again seeing Joel Slocumb, and ere the sun setting he was far on his road home. Occasionally he felt a lingering doubt, as he wondered what possible motive his father could have had for concealment, but these wore away as the distance between himself and Kentucky diminished. As the train paused at one of the stations, he was greatly surprised at seeing John Junior among the crowd gathered at the depot. "Livingstone! Livingstone! How came you here?" shouted Durward, leaning from the open window. The cars were already in motion, but at the risk of his life John Junior bounded upon the platform, and was soon seated by the side of Durward. "You are a great one, ain't you?" said he. "Here I've been looking for you all over Christendom to tell you the news. You've got a new sister. Did you know it?" "Lena! Is it true? Is it Lena?" said Durward, and John replied by relating the particulars as far as he knew them, and ending by asking Durward if "he didn't think he was sold." "Don't talk," answered Durward. "I want to think, for I was never so happy in my life." "Nor I either," returned John Junior, "so if you please you needn't speak to me, as I wish to think too." But John Junior could not long keep still. He must tell his companion of his engagement with Nellie. And he did, falling asleep soon after, and leaving Durward to his own reflections. 38. Conclusion.
We hope the reader does not expect us to describe the meeting between Durward and Lena, for we have not the least, or at the most, only a faint idea of what took place. We only know that it occurred in the summer house at the foot of the garden, whither Lena had fled at the first intimation of his arrival, and that on her return to the house, after an interview of 2 whole hours, there were on her cheeks traces of tears, which the expression of her face said were not tears of grief. "How do you like my daughter?" asked Mr. Graham mischievously, at the same time laying his arm proudly about her neck. "So well that I have asked her to become my wife, and she has promised to do so, provided we obtain your consent," answered Durward, himself throwing an arm around the blushing girl, who tried to escape, but he would not let her, holding her fast until his father's answer was given. Then turning to Mrs. Graham, he said, "Now, mother, we will hear you." Kind and affectionate as she tried to be toward Lena, Mrs. Graham had not yet fully conquered her olden prejudice, and had the matter been left wholly with herself, she would perhaps have chosen for her son a bride in whose veins no plebeian blood was flowing; but she well knew that her objections would have no weight, and she answered that she should not oppose him. "Then it is settled," said he, "and 4 weeks from tonight I shall claim Lena for my own." "No, not so soon after Grandma's death," Lena said, and Durward replied, "If Grandma could speak she would tell you not to wait," but Lena was decided, and the most she would promise was that in the spring she would think about it. "6 months!" said Durward. "I'll never wait so long," but he forbore pressing her further on the subject, knowing that he should have her in the house with him, which would in a great measure relieve the tedium of waiting. During the autumn his devotion to Lena furnished Carey with a subject for many ill-natured remarks concerning newly engaged people. "I declare," said she one evening, after the departure of Durward, Lena, and Nellie, who had been spending the day at Maple Grove, "I'm perfectly disgusted, and if this is a specimen, I hope I shall never be engaged." "Don't give yourself a moment's uneasiness," retorted John Junior. "I've not the least idea that such a calamity will ever befall you, and years hence my grandchildren will read on some gravestone, 'Sacred to the memory of Miss Caroline Livingstone, age 70. In single blessedness she lived, and in the same did die.'" "You think you are cunning, don't you?" returned Carey, more angry than she was willing to admit. She had received the news of Durward's engagement much better than could have been expected, and after a little she took to quoting and cousining Lena, while John Junior seldom let an opportunity pass of hinting at the very recent date of her admiration for Miss Graham. Almost every day for several weeks after Durward's return he looked for a visit from Joel Slocumb, who did not make his appearance until some time toward the last of November. Then he came claiming and proving his relationship with Mrs. Graham, who was terribly annoyed, and who, it was rumored, hired him to leave. During the winter nothing of importance occurred, if we except the fact that a part of Maple's fortune, which was supposed to have been lost, was found to be good, and that John Junior one day unexpectedly found himself to be the lawful heir of $50,000. Upon Mrs. Livingstone this circumstance produced a rather novel effect, renewing in its original force all her old affection for Mabel, who was now "our dear little Meb." Many were the comparisons drawn between Mrs. John Junior, No. 1, and Mrs. John Junior, No. 2, that was to be, the former being pronounced far more ladylike and accomplished than the latter, who during her frequent visits at Maple Grove continually startled her mother-in-law elect by her loud, ringing laugh, for Nellie was very happy. Her influence, too, over John Junior became ere long perceptible in his quiet, gentle manner, and his abstinence from the rude speeches which heretofore had seemed a part of his nature. Mrs. Graham had proposed spending the winter in New Orleans, but to this Durward objected. He wanted Lena all to himself, he said, and as she seemed perfectly satisfied to remain where she was, the project was given up, Mrs. Graham contenting herself with anticipating the splendid entertainment she would give at the wedding, which was to take place about the last of March. Toward the 1st of January the preparations began, and if Carey had never before felt a pang of envy, she did now, when she saw the elegant trousseau which Mr. Graham ordered for his daughter. But all such feelings must be concealed, and almost every day she rode over to Woodlawn, admiring this, going into ecstasies over that, and patronizingly giving her advice on all subjects, while all the time her heart was swelling with bitter disappointment. Having always felt so sure of securing Durwood, she had invariably treated other gentlemen with such cool indifference that she was a favorite with but few, and as she considered these few her inferiors, she had more than once feared lest John Junior's prediction concerning the lettering on her tombstone should prove true. "Anything but that," said she, dashing away her tears, as she thought how Lena had supplanted her in the affections of the only person she could ever love. "Old Marster Atherton done want to see you in the parlor," said Corinda, putting her head in at the door. Since his unfortunate affair with Anna, the Captain had avoided Maple Grove, but feeling lonely at Sunnyside he had come over this morning to call. Finding Mrs. Livingstone absent, he had asked for Carry, who was so unusually gracious that he wondered he had never before discovered how greatly superior to her sister she was. All his favorite pieces were sung to him, and then, with the patience of a martyr, the young lady seated herself at the backgammon board, playing game after game, until she could scarcely tell her men from his. On his way home the Captain fell into a curious train of reflections, while Carry, when asked by Corinda if "old master was done gone," sharply reprimanded the girl, telling her "it was very impolite to call anybody old, particularly one so young as Captain Atherton." The next day the Captain came again, and the next, until at last his former intimacy at Maple Grove seemed to be re-established. And all this time no one had an inkling of the true state of things, not even John Junior, who never dreamed it possible for his haughty sister to grace Sunnyside as its mistress. "But stranger things than that had happened, and were happening every day," Carry reasoned, as she sat alone in her room, revolving the propriety of answering "yes" to a note which the Captain had that morning placed in her hand at parting. She looked at herself in the mirror. Her face was very fair, and as yet untouched by a single mark or line. She thought of him, bald, wrinkled, fat, and 46. "I'll never do it," she exclaimed. "Better live single all my days." At this moment the carriage of Mrs. Graham drew up, and from it alighted Lena, richly clad. The sight of her produced a reaction, and Carry thought again. Captain Atherton was generous to a fault. He was able and willing to grant her slightest wish, and as his wife she could compete with, if not outdo, Lena in the splendor of her surroundings. The pen was resumed, and Carry wrote the words which sealed her destiny for life. This done, nothing could move her, and though her father entreated, her mother scolded, and John Junior swore, it made no difference. She was old enough to choose for herself, she said, and she had done so. When Mrs. Livingstone became convinced that her daughter was in earnest, she gave up the contest, taking sides with her. Like Durward, Captain Atherton was in a hurry, and it was decided that the wedding should take place a week before the time appointed for that of her cousin. Determining not to be outdone by Mrs. Graham, Mrs. Livingstone launched forth on a large scale, and there commenced between the two houses a species of rivalry extremely amusing to a looker on. Did Mrs. Graham purchase for Lena a costly silk, Mrs. Livingstone forthwith secured a piece of similar quality, but different pattern, for Carry. Did Mrs. Graham order $40 worth of confectionery, Mrs. Livingstone immediately increased her order to $50. And when it was known that Mrs. Graham had engaged a Louisville French cook at $2 per day, Mrs. Livingstone sent to Cincinnati, offering 3 for 1. Carry had decided upon a tour to Europe, and the Captain had given his consent, when it was reported that Durward and Lena were also intending to sail for Liverpool. In this dilemma there was no alternative save a trip to California or the Sandwich Islands. The former was chosen, Captain Atherton offering to defray Mrs. Livingstone's expenses if she would accompany them. This plan Carry warmly seconded, for she knew her mother's presence would greatly relieve her from the society of her husband, which was not as agreeable to her as it ought to have been. But Mr. Livingstone refused to let his wife go unless Anna came home and stayed with him while she was gone. He accordingly wrote to Anna, inviting her and Malcolm to be present at Carry's wedding, purposely omitting the name of the bridegroom, and 3 days before the appointed time they came. It was dark when they arrived, and as they were not expected that night, they entered the house before anyone was aware of their presence. John Junior chanced to be in the hall, and the moment he saw Anna he caught her in his arms, shouting so uproariously that his father and mother at once hastened to the spot. "Will you forgive me, father?" Anna said, and Mr. Livingstone replied by clasping her to his bosom while he extended his hand to Malcolm. "Where's Carrie?" Anna said, and John Jr. replied, "In the parlor, with her future spouse. Shall I introduce you?" So saying, he dragged her into the parlor, where she then recoiled in terror as she saw Captain Atherton. "Oh, Carrie!" she exclaimed. "It cannot be that I see you again," she added, as she met her sister's warning look. Another moment and they were in each other's arms, weeping bitterly, the one that her sister should thus throw herself away, and the other because she was wretched. It was but for an instant, however, and then Carrie was herself again. Playfully presenting Anna to the captain, she said, "Ain't I good to take up what you left?" But no one smiled at this joke, the captain least of all, and as Carrie glanced from him to Malcolm, she felt that her sister had made a happy choice. The next day Lena came, overjoyed to meet Anna, who more than anyone else rejoiced in her good fortune. "You deserve it all," she said when they were alone, "and if Carrie had 1/10 of your happiness in store I should be satisfied." But Carrie asked for no sympathy. It was no one's business whom she married, she said, and so one pleasant night in the early spring they decked her in her bridal robes, and then, white, cold, and feelingless as a marble statue, she laid her hand in Captain Atherton's, and took upon her the vows which made her his forever. A few days after the ceremony, Carrie began to urge their immediate departure for California. "There was no need of further delay," she said. "No one cared to see Lena married. Weddings were stupid things anyway, and her mother could just as well go one time as another." At first Mrs. Livingstone hesitated, but when Carrie burst into a passionate fit of weeping, declaring "she'd kill herself if she had to stay much longer at Sunnyside and be petted by that old fool," she consented, and 1 week from the day of the marriage they started. In Carrie's eyes there was already a look of weary sadness, which said that the bitter tears were constantly welling up, while on her brow a shadow was resting, as if Sunnyside were a greater burden than she could bear. Alas for a union without love! It seldom fails to end in misery, and thus poor Carrie found it. Her husband was proud of her, and had she permitted, would have loved her after his fashion, but his affectionate advances were invariably repulsed, until at last he treated her with a cold politeness, far more endurable than his fawning attentions had been. She was welcome to go her own way, and he went his, each having in San Francisco their own suite of rooms, and setting up, as it were, a separate establishment. In this way they got on quite comfortably for a few weeks, at the end of which time Carrie took it into her capricious head to return to Maple Grove. She would never go back to Sunnyside, she said. And without a word of opposition the captain paid his bills, and started for Kentucky, where he left his wife at Maple Grove, she giving as a reason that "Ma could not spare her yet." Far different from this were the future prospects of Durward and Lena, who with perfect love in their hearts were married, a week after the departure of Captain Atherton for California. Very proudly Durward looked down upon her as he placed the first husband's kiss on her brow, and in the soft brown eyes, brimming with tears, which she raised to his face, there was a world of tenderness, telling that theirs was a union of hearts as well as hands. The next night a small party assembled at the house of Mr. Douglas in Frankfort, where Nellie was transformed into Nellie Livingstone. Perhaps it was the remembrance of the young girl to whom his vows had once before been plighted, that made John Jr. appear for a time as if he were in a dream. But the moment they rallied him upon the strangeness of his manner he brightened up, saying that he was trying to get used to thinking that Nellie was really his. It had been decided that he should accompany Durward and Lena to Europe, and a day or two after his marriage he asked Mr. Everett to go too. Anna's eyes fairly danced with joy as she awaited Malcolm's reply. But much as he would like to go he could not afford it, and so he frankly said, kissing away the big tear which rolled down Anna's cheek. With a smile John Jr. placed a sealed package in his sister's hand, saying to Malcolm, "I have anticipated this, and provided for it. I suppose you are aware that Mabel willed me all her property, which, contrary to our expectations, has proved to be considerable. I know I do not deserve a cent of it, but as she had no nearer relative than Mr. Douglas, I have concluded to use it for the comfort of his daughter and for the good of others. I want you and Anna to join us, and I've given her such a sum as will bear your expenses, and leave you more than you can earn dickering at law for 3 or 4 years. So, Puss," turning to Anna, "it's all settled. Now hurrah for the sunny skies of France and Italy. I've talked with father about it, and he's willing to stay alone for the sake of having you go. Oh, don't thank me," he continued as he saw them about to speak. It's poor little Meb to whom you are indebted. She loved Anna, and would willingly have her money used for this purpose." After a little reflection, Malcolm concluded to accept John's offer, and a happier party never stepped on board a steamer than that which, on the 15th of April, sailed for Europe, which they reached in safety, being at the last accounts in Paris, where they were enjoying themselves immensely. A few words more, and our story is told. Just as Mr. Livingstone was getting tolerably well suited with his bachelor life, he was one morning surprised by the return of his wife and daughter, the latter of whom, as we have before stated, took up her abode at Maple Grove. Almost every day the old captain rides over to see her, but he generally carries back a longer face than he brings. The bald spot on his head is growing larger, and to her dismay Carrie has discovered a crow track in the corner of her eye. Frequently, after a war of words with her mother, she announces her intention of returning to Sunnyside, but a sight of the captain is sufficient to banish all such thoughts. And thus she lives, that most wretched of all beings, an unloving and unloved wife. During the absence of their children, Mr. and Mrs. Grahame remain at Woodlawn, which, as it is the property of Durward, will be his own and Lena's home. Jerry Langley has changed his occupation of driver for that of a brakeman on the railroad between Canandaigua and Niagara Falls. In conclusion, we will say of our old friend Uncle Timothy, that he joined the Hindoos as proposed, was nominated for constable, and, sure of success, bought an old gig for the better transportation of himself over the town. But alas for human hopes! If funded upon politics, the whole American ticket was defeated at Laurel Hill, since which time he has gone over to the Republicans, to whom he has sworn eternal allegiance. End of chapters 37 and 38. End of Lena Rivers by Mary Jane Holmes. Recorded by Celine Major.